We are live. It is Friday night, and we are playing Satisfactory. Wow, you guys are already banging away at the chat. I appreciate it. Corathal, Lena Ray, Vixen, Luck Dragon, Elizabeth, Okie Sooner, Scarlet Kiss. The gang is all here. Masters of the game says first. I'm sorry, sir. You were not first. So, I had some technical difficulties last stream. I have made substantial changes to my rig. I have updated the studio drivers to the most recent drivers. I have done I did a complete reinstall of Satisfactory from the ground up. I tested it with no mods. I tested it with no changes to my engine file. I got the same crashes until I messed with my memory. As you know, I am trying to fit 4 sticks into a 4-stick motherboard, and you would think that wouldn't be that big of a deal, but apparently it is. So like I said, I have been messing with stuff. I watched a lot of tutorial videos. I made some changes. I underclocked, or relatively speaking, underclocked my memory sticks, and I did a 45-minute test last night because I was tired. I couldn't do any more of in-game and recording. No crashing. Okay, so I don't know for sure if everything is fixed, but you know, we're gonna try it. I tested as much as I could before the stream. So either we have no problems or we're gonna be crashing all night. I bet you there's nothing in between. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, other than that, I did do a little bit of changes to the save last night while I was in the game. I did a little bit of troubleshooting, and I had forgotten to resupply the Tyrell pyramid with fuel, and so coal was not getting to the shard. Remember when we switched the fuel over, the rocket fuel? I forgot to change that, so I just updated that. That's really the only change that I made, and now both the shard and really everything depending on the shard, which is everything, should be back to normal. Plus we'll give it plenty of hours to settle back in before we mess with it. But yeah, it only needs 80 coal per minute, but if it doesn't get that, then there's a lot of parts that rely on that 80 coal per minute, let me tell you. So yeah, you've been missing because work is kicking your ass. Yeah, you get to pull OT this weekend. Yeah, work was tough for me too. I did get a big project out this week on Wednesday, so I just took Thursday off from work. I still have a bunch of big projects, but like I had like a small breather where I didn't have something beating down my neck. Can you do a hologram? Fade it. Are you talking to me? I don't know what you're talking about. It's like calling shotgun. Nobody else said it by default. Okay. All right. I'll accept that. Thank you for the Prime sub on Twitch. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. I bet you missed this while you were tweaking things. Yeah, definitely. Tell me none of that impacted the rocket fuel factory. No, it's rocket fuel factory independent. I'll show you guys before we get started. Video looks a bit more sharper. I don't know how it can. The only thing, so I did go back to my earlier lighting. I think the little bit brighter lighting is better for my face. Because we had some VODs to take a look at. I'll show you guys what I did here. Oh, crash. Minikin and I were doing some work yesterday, and we had different like I said, different examples of different VODs to look at, and we both agreed that we think that this looks better with the brighter. I'll have her look at it too, and confirm after tonight that, you know, we're good. So this is full of coal now. Wiggle my mouse. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess that's not true, right? Because I did upgrade to the studio driver that NVIDIA put out 3 days ago. So it is a brand new NVIDIA studio driver. And yeah, I mean, it definitely could have some effect. And then I redid my settings. By the way, guys, I think that if we crash today, I am going to start forcing DirectX 11, and we'll just have to take whatever reduction in, you know, perfection that we basically have here, have to sacrifice that for stability, because I think it is DirectX 12 and how it's working with, you know, my memory and Unreal Engine 5 and some sort of weird mix of those things. So what I'm really hoping though is that the new studio driver don't the graphics drivers, can't they affect your sound drivers? Maybe I'm going insane, or maybe I'm just coping and hoping that updating to the newest studio drivers will make it so that we don't get that horrific sound bug about 4 or 5 hours in like we have lately. So I'm not going to fly out there, but the change that I made, there are some drone ports right here, and one of them intakes fuel and spreads that fuel to the other 3, and one of those other 3 is the coal supply that I showed a second ago to the shard, and I had forgotten to switch over the destination on that fuel supply from the old setup to the new setup. And now that it is switched over, the coal is flowing and everything is hunky-dory once again. NVIDIA says they gave you 40% more VRAM last studio driver. Right. That's another reason that I did it. But by the way, I updated the studio driver, not just for that. DaVinci Resolve had a huge update 20, or version 20. And version 20 has some things that Minikin really wanted for the shorts. And so we went ahead and took that plunge. And as soon as we updated to update 20, it required new drivers. And that started this chain reaction of having to try to fix stuff on my computer. Oh my God. Ray sent 10 construction gift memberships. Hayden, Signer, Nitty, Lord Farquaad, Sticks, Gavin Hollis, Joseph Tatum, drumroll, Ray gifted a membership to Bits. My son Bits, who's been streaming longer than me and has a British accent. I think we share many redeeming qualities, and now he's a member of the channel thanks to Ray. Also, Dr. Mafia and Flex Got You were both also gifted memberships by Ray. 10 gifted memberships. The old days of setting IRQ numbers, they could interfere with each other. However, NVIDIA does include certain video capture capabilities that could impact sound. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on with voice meter. I used to have that problem with the old rig, and then it went away, and I'm not 100% sure how I made it go away, and now it's back. Yeah, Okie Sooner, or Ray got Bits, that's for sure. Mikey, you were late. I was about to cry. Not really, but good evening. How are you? I was a little late. I was. But we're here. Just unlocked a rifle today, and man, the hunting stuff is fun now. BFAR, when you can, try to get homing ammo. Try to get homing ammo for your new rifle. It's even more fun. Turbo ammo is overrated in my opinion. Ian is here too. Mikey always reminds me. Wait, Bits is Kin's son? Not really. But how awesome would that be? I was making a joke, guys. Just so everybody knows, I was making a joke. But it's a very, very funny joke, and you kind of believed it, which makes it even more funny. No, try the homing ammo. The homing ammo is good. One other thing before we get started here, because Mikey always... Oh, look, I was looking up Unreal Engine 5 crashes on startup. Close that embarrassing window. Let's see. I want to show you guys the update. So Mikey's been keeping me honest. Here is the weight loss update. So we, as of this morning, hit a new low for this year. 361. That is down 16.8 pounds, total pounds lost. What we need to do, we need to do this, and we need to do format. And where are they hiding? Lock, freeze. Here it is. Freeze one row. There we go. I have lost 16 pounds, 7.6 kilograms, a total of 4.44%. I was thinking of maybe going super nerdy with this and putting in a graph and maybe like a trend line. Here, what do we do? How about let's make a new one. Let's do I'm thinking of doing pounds per week average. So if we take, let's see, if we open parentheses, pounds per week, let's take the pounds lost and let's divide, and we'll open parentheses and we'll go, this minus this, but we will lock the row on that, and then is that it? No. And then we divide by 7, or do we multiply by 7? I think we divide by 7. I want to get pounds per, yeah, pounds per week. £6.5 pounds per week. Does that make sense? I think that does make sense. So we'll go LBS per week, and then we can do the same kilogram per week as well, and we'll go, we'll lock this, and we'll lock that. Then we should just be able to do this. That's kilograms per week. I'm using you guys to keep me motivated. It's really the whole reason I started this channel in the first place. So there we go. There's my average. So we'll track this average over time, and you know, hopefully we can keep it steady or maybe increase it. I don't know. I won't mind if it goes down a little bit, but we got to keep it going. So there we go. There's the weight loss spreadsheet, because I put everything in a spreadsheet, and so should you. Homing ammo's the best. Yeah. I'm Kibitz's Kin's son. No. Now you can't hit Bits. You're gonna wait for Minnie. Yeah, I have a confession to make, but later gonna refill the shed. All right, Minnie is here. Minnie got Vinnet collar. All right, I'm gonna warning you now, guys. Minnie Kin is gonna try to convince you guys of something, and Yeah, you need to say no. Okay. She's gonna make a pitch, and I don't like it. All right, let's make a workstation here. See, I'm poisoning the well already. Something like this is probably fine. Let's kill that and put this here. So what are we doing today? Well, let's take a look. Oh, by the way, Mini Kin, would you mind looking up that other VOD and see if I've got the brightness where I had it the first night? What do you think about that? Or should I maybe go a little brighter? I can't remember where I had it. See if you think this is close to where it was. I want to see jawline. You've got a savage audience. We're always watching. Yeah, no, we're gonna get there, guys. I truly have a goal. I want to get under 200 pounds again. I have not been under 200 pounds in, God, I don't know, a long time. Before I got married, for sure. 20 years, probably 20 years. I have not weighed less than 200 pounds in 20 years. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Quite the color scheme you have going on there. Looks neat. Thank you. I like the orange with it, but we can, I also like it when we go like this purple. This purple is nice too. Yes, the purple, teal, and orange with the sun setting lighting. Gimbal on G, you have the same goal, but over 5 years. All right, well, we'll do weight loss together. I was actually thinking, guys, if anybody does want to kind of track weight loss with me, I was thinking of making a weight loss or like a health or something channel on my Discord so we can talk about that stuff on the Discord. All right. Apparently we're doing live lighting changes. My director of art, Minikin, says that the light needs to be cooler and brighter. Taking orders from my 14-year-old. All right, so let's go with the brighter. We're at it was set. It wasn't set. This is what it was. This is the brightness that it was. I thought it was set to this, but it wasn't. This is the brightness. How about this? Before I change the coolness, this is what it was that first night. This feels right. This feels right. So I'm going to hold off on the cooling of the light until we can until we see this brighter one. Is this a multiplayer server? Or did you just do it all yourself? I did this all myself. I am getting close to, are we at 700 hours yet? Oh, we're at 725. Yeah, we blew right past that 700 hour marker for a tour. I need to do a big tour here at 750 hours. Oh, here we go. Oh, hold on. Okie Sooner has gifted 10 construction memberships. Radioactive, Shane Parker, Danny, Luck, Space Monkey 0453, Dat Way, T Kelm, Cloned God, Dad Gaming. Congrats, Dad Gaming. I know you're a very you're a live stream viewer, and Nobert. Thank you for the 10 construction memberships, Okie Sooner. I know you're all trying to get Mini Kin a gifted membership. What equipment do I keep? So I'm in mostly building mode. I will change my equipment. I had this on because I was using it, but I don't really use this. I usually, I don't know what I had. I had some other stuff. Oh, the object scanner. I had the object scanner. Oh, well, we're going again. We're going again. Korthal gifted 10 construction memberships. That's 30 construction memberships, you guys. Dylan Serini, Scooby Poo, Wine Wizard 83, Desert Pack Rat, Ghost Heart, DF Serene, James Hogg, Leon Roberts, DJ Nico, aka Nikolai, and RJ. No Minikins, another miss. I cry sad tears when that happens. Timmy One Shot, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Okay, so Minikin is trying to make an argument. That's better from a brightness. All right, do we like the warm versus cool? So when someone subscribes to Twitch or Super Chat in YouTube, my cat will come on screen and congratulate you. So she wants to have an animated version of her cat. It is a kitten. It's got a black hat. I mean, it's a black cat, and she wants to, you know, make it come onto the screen and wave when somebody becomes a member or whatever. And then we were thinking, it's funny you guys say a hard hat, so we were thinking of making multiple versions of the cat. If I am in a factory game, the cat has a hard hat. If I am in a fantasy game like Ashes of Creation, the cat is wearing armor and a shield because I'm a tank. And if it's a sci-fi game, the cat has some sort of sci-fi shenanigans. That was what we were thinking. Yeah, she just read that. Nice try. Yeah, thanks. Awesome idea, Minnie. Yeah. All right, here we go. Another one. Scarlet Kiss gifted 5 construct. Man, if YouTube had a hype train, we would be on it. Scarlet Kiss 5 construction memberships. That's what, 35? It's ridiculous. We have more gifted memberships right now on YouTube than we have viewers. Dan Brummel, Reciprocant, Sterling Archer, Mark 7007, and X Trooper were all gifted memberships. You guys are crazy, and I love it, and I thank you. All right. God, there's so much going on, you guys. So much going on tonight. Did we answer on the warm or the cool yet? Are we good here? Remember, my camera has an auto white balancer. So I'm not sure that if we change it warmer or cooler, you guys would actually see much of that, but we could try it. Okay, we have to actually start thinking about the game. We've been having a party since we started. We have to design the blueprints for this factory. Let's take a look at this factory. By the way, this is the aluminum factory. He is an empty shell. He is ready to be filled with goodies. No, I did not open pre-stream. I opened it on the stream. Maybe I opened it while you were switching to your cave. So we do have one floor in. We have this bottom floor kind of laid out. And then we have this first floor in. This elevator will be taken to the first floor. Then we have another elevator over here that's going to go up, 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 up. And then I'll probably do another elevator from there up. And so you kind of have to take, or maybe I'll build it right on top of this one up. I don't know. So we can kind of have different, different things. Or maybe just an elevator to our little lookout tower that I made. We're not done yet. Ian M sent 10 construction gift memberships. We are up to 40, I believe. 45. Venky, YouTube Gaming, Andrew, Brian, Dude, Soggy Bottoms, Remco Culpers, Gunnar Grind, Fredneck Teddy, Nungjin, I'm sorry, Delusional, and Sir Hackalot were all gifted memberships by Ian, but no Mini Kin. You guys, I'm sure you're getting close. I'm sure you're getting close. You know, never give up, never surrender. So this is yeah, it's the regulars trying. My daughter is viewing right now, and last month they succeeded in catching her in a random gift sub, and they're trying to do so again. Everybody, I really appreciate it. I really do. We're all having a good time, and it's for a good cause. Minikin's membership, but I appreciate it. I'm the beneficiary of that. Me and Minikin. By the way, Minikin gets her first pay actually in the next day or two when YouTube pays out. I'm going to calculate her share in the next couple days, and she's going to get turned on. Get turned on. She's gonna get, I read memberships turned on. She's gonna get paid. So Minikin, do you have that flag accepted memberships turned on? She does. She does. What are your aluminum targets? Thank you for keeping me on track, BFAR. The rest of these guys are making me crazy in a good way. So here's the factory. This is the factory plan. Oh, they're still going. Scarlet Kiss gifted 5 construction memberships. We Create a Few, Scott Chappell, Old Chew, Gabe ZA, Zodaws were all gifted memberships by Scarlet Kiss. Minikin says she's checked that flag has been turned on 5 times because that would be horrible. Yeah, we're at 50. Scarlet Kiss, thank you. We're at 50 gifted members tonight. Absolutely ridiculous. So it's really not that big of a factory. I don't think it is. I mean, it's a decent amount of bauxite, right? I mean, this is a decent amount of bauxite that we need here. They are 1 month memberships, Korthal. Am I shipping the steel parts? Yes. Hokey Sooner sent 1 construction gift membership. Daniel Smith. Yeah, we're gifting. So let's take a look at what we're sending. So we're sending all of these parts in. The heavy modular frames, the crystal oscillators, the rubber, the circuit boards, the motors, and the copper sheets. So this factory is smaller than it otherwise would be because some of the other factories in the area are doing some of the heavy lifting. Delo subscribed at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 6 months on Twitch. Elizabeth, honestly, you guys following, liking the video, that is support enough. Chatting and stream, I really appreciate it. Don't ever feel like you're obligated to go anything more than that. I'm serious. So all of these parts are getting sent over via truck, and that's why we have, where is it? That's why we have these truck stations in here. These 2 are exports. The other 4 are imports. Rubber, and then the other factories. There goes Ray. You guys, getting crazy. I'm not going to try to pronounce that name. I apologize. Code 10, Firewheels, Noek, Lord of Lemon, Bailey Locke, A Swoop, Escados Gaming, Jad Games, and Eglel of Terra were all gifted memberships by Ray. That's a ton of heavy modular frames. Well, the heavy modular frames are already built. Thank you, Ray, for your 20 gifted memberships today. Heavy modular frames are already built here. And actually, this is only the amount that we're sending. We're actually making 22 and a half. This is already built. Okay, this is the twisty tower. Okay, this guy's already built. He's ready to go. What we need to build now is this guy that will accept half of what we are making in the twisty tower. It's not that many modular frames. If you use the right alternate recipes and you make blueprints, it's not too bad. Richie followed you on Twitch. Thank you, Richie, for the follow. And we've already, all of these are already made, right? So when we look at the production line, any of these orange boxes that are coming in, or these yellowy boxes, you know, that's a whole production line that is happening, you know, essentially off screen. And so this is our most complicated factory. But luckily it's far more simple than it would be if we were making everything on site. So let's start to think about how we're going to do this. Let me make sure we're reading this. That's a lot of copper sheets. You're using Mark V belts. Yeah, Mark V belts. Yeah. Tony, you should be named King. I mean, I agree. I don't know why more people don't think that. But alas, there are too few of us, Tony, for that to happen. Minnie has great dexterity dodging all of these. Yeah, I think so. I think I prioritize those that haven't had it before over those that have been gifted. I don't know. I think it's really random. The humble man, if I wasn't broke, seriously, don't. Just watch my videos, like every chance you get, watch them all the way through. That is more than I could ask of anybody to do, and it's all free. So I appreciate it. That grows my channel more than you could know. It's shocking. There's a reason that every single YouTuber begs people to do that. I don't really ask that very often. You know, I try to limit that, but it is no less more true, even though I don't talk about it very often. And like I said, it's very free, so never feel like you have to give me memberships or whatever just because other people are doing it. Seriously. All right, so let's try to focus up here. Okay, so I think what I kind of notched out a plan is 4 blueprints. All right, a blender blueprint for fused modular frames, a manufacturer blueprint for turbo motors, a manufacturer blueprint for radio control systems, or whatever these are called, a radio control unit, and a blender for cooling systems. Now, I don't think we need a blueprint for 4 assemblers. That's a little silly. And we'll already have the radio and control units and the cooling systems built, so that'll be easy to do after the fact. So this is a nothing. Supercomputers are a nothing. What else would be? So we'll have to do a bunch of all-clad casing and pure aluminum ingots, right? A bunch of these will have to happen in the blueprints, but then we'll make some outside of the blueprint setup. And then I think what we'll do is we will send in, we'll probably send in the ingots. I think we'll send ingots into these blueprints. Okay, so that means our first floor is probably going to be all of this shit. So we're going to have to make a blueprint for this. So this is 5 blueprints. We make a blueprint for this, okay, that exports ingots. And then our other blueprints pick them up and make them. We're gonna how are we gonna organize this? How are we gonna organize this? We gotta get a visual organization. This is a complicated factory. This is the most complicated factory that I have made on stream. It is not the largest, okay, but it has more moving parts than any other factory I've made. The closest one is probably the battery factory, but see, all that made was batteries. This is making a lot of different complicated parts. I'm just trying to think how we can. Now, I'm not going to put all this in modeler. If I actually really cared about you guys, I would have taken the extensive amount of time it would have taken to plug all of this into modeler. All right, and then we would have had perfect looking visual representations for all of this. But instead, I'm going to take a minute and a half and just kind of arrange things in a little bit better alignment here so that we can see a little bit more clearly. And then I'll probably take a screenshot of this and we'll put it into Paint so that we can write on it. Trying to get everything like not looking like absolute garbage. And then we'll lock it into place with Paint. All right. And I'm kind of doing this live. So many people ask me, like, I could have done a lot of this off stream. I made a joke about that, but seriously, the reason that I do all this on stream is because so many people ask me, how do you plan your factories? How did you plan this factory? I don't understand, right? And you know, I want it to be in the VOD. I can't necessarily make a short video with this content because it's just so much, but I want it to exist in the VOD. You know what I'm saying? And so if I do it off the stream, even though maybe it would go a little bit faster for you guys live, I would be there'd be a black box that I am trying to avoid with the planning aspect, right? Because I really don't know what I'm going to do with this. I don't know yet, but we're going to figure it out together. We're going to do it live. Satisfactory. Hold on, I see some chat there. Satisfactory, aluminum factory base. All right, so this is going to be the one that we go to. All right, let's catch up. Negoshi, buddy. Okay, I'm here again. I did. You build all that stuff from scratch yourself, or is this like a community save or something? Because this S is effing nuts. This is not a community save. I have built all of this myself, all 725 hours. This is my second playthrough that I've done live on YouTube, but it is probably my fifth, I think. But I've never beaten the game. That will happen the first time in the next couple of months when I finish this off. This is all me. And this is just the city. I also have the Tyrell pyramid over there. We can kind of barely see it that I built. That took 100 of those hours, almost 100 hours. Yeah, right here. So I built this as well from Blade Runner. It looks way better when you get close enough for the signs to be visible. And that's a working building too, by the way. And then I also have my starting factories. It took me like 100 hours just to build up the kind of momentum of parts in the game to be able to start something this large. Also, do you prefer the view on Twitch or YouTube? It doesn't matter to me. Whatever is easier for you. There are pros and cons to viewing on each. The biggest YouTube has basically all the pros except for one. Let me fix this. I don't like this. It's the one pro that we don't like. The one con on YouTube is the delay. If you're looking for very snappy back and forth with me, Twitch is the better option. But YouTube has better. It has no ads. While you're live, it will have ads if you're watching this in a VOD. I apologize, but no ads while it's live, and it has a much better aspect. It has my actual aspect ratio, the widescreen, and it has much more pixels. It's much more detailed, much better resolution. I would say if you're watching on a TV, definitely YouTube over Twitch. But I mean, and there's no chat on the screen, I will say, whether you count that as a positive or a negative. So it's up to you, honestly. I'm fine either way, really. And that's the truth. Let's see. You guys are chatting so much. I have to go back. I was doing all this work and you guys were blowing up the chat. Okay. I'm back. Yes. Love your content. Bryce, you really do some amazing work and provide such a great environment in your streams. Thank you. I work hard for that. I could use Modeler. I see. Yes, I see that. You are way further into the game than I've managed to get. Yeah, well, I'm taking my time. And I say this a lot, but I'm serious with this. Don't compare what I'm doing in this game to what you guys are making. I have 2,500 hours in the game, and I am kind of memeing here a bit, guys. I'm doing crazy stuff because I stream. So don't compare yourself to me. Most people can beat this game in under 100 hours. Apparently the world record is like 9 hours right now. So, you know, I'm at 750 almost, 725. The transcription was so fast for DaVinci. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you said that moment when I enter, you said that the moment you entered your comment. Nice, Modeler. Mop the vomit. Don't say that again. I just said that he doesn't love us. He just said I don't love you. He is what superior looks like. Tony is my my fan club. Tony, you can run the fan club. Nah, he hates all of you. Yes. No, we want to see this stuff. Yeah. I won't cut it out. Maybe I'm on that, but I love the planning videos. I feel like a bitch compared to this. Well, that's not very nice. I appreciate the detail here. It's critical to gameplay. Yeah, it is. And planning factories like this is really what I have heard is the biggest hang up for a lot of people playing this game. And so it can be a little bit slower content, and I realize that, but I do think it's important. And not every content creator shows this, and there's a reason for that, because it's slower content. But you know, we hang out, we try to have a good time. I let the landscape direct my builds. That's a good way to do it. How much time the inventory space saves you? Kind of a lot, actually. Is this vanilla Satisfactory? Are you running mods? I'm running 2 mods, but they don't affect the construction of items in the game. I have the mod that gives me extra inventory. That's mostly for stream time management. I have to spend time running back to fill out my inventory, and it gives me a bigger buffer when building large factories with the dimensional depot. I can kind of have more stuff in my inventory. It kind of almost extends my dimensional depot in a way, and it just helps. Sorry, the Red Bull, not sponsored yet, is really making me burp. I'm gonna pull a Rick on you guys here in a second. Morty, gotta drink less Red Bull, Morty. Ugh. Okay. But the only other mod that I have is Sky UI, and that is just to control the lighting and the day-night cycles. In fact, let's just go hit play on the day-night cycles. I have it set up so that night length is 56 minutes out of the hour and the day length is only 4. And it's pretty funny to see the sun fly across the sky during the daytime. I do that because the theme is cyberpunk. And can you remember a single cyberpunk movie that happened during the daylight? I don't think so, Tim. Let's see. Let's keep going. DaVinci 20 transcription is much faster than 19. Our big edit is better. It's big edit. It's the big edit is better. It's faster. How's more, bro? I see guys cry on APED. It's still on Go Shoot. Yeah, my brother is doing good. I hope to see him tomorrow. Melkor, my other brother's son, is turning 1 tomorrow. So I'm going to be at a birthday party with my family tomorrow. Morg, brother 1, and Melkor, brother 2. Ironic because they've named themselves after the same character in Lord of the Rings. But we're not going to go into that here. I should see him tomorrow. They're both doing well. Morg is a welder. He's working at an auto parts place, a fabrication place. He welds, I can't remember what he's welding right now during kind of like his day job. And then kind of at night, they have a side business where they fabricate, for old cars. And he's loving that job. He's been a welder his adult life. Let's see. God, you guys are really chatting. I mean, it has no ads during a live because it forces ads on all its recorded videos. Faye Rose, it really wants me to put ads on you guys. YouTube like begs me. They do pop-ups every 10 minutes on me to try to tell me to put an ad on you guys during live. I probably will end up having to do that eventually, but not anytime soon. Show them the tower. Definitely the better crowd over here. I only started playing about a month before release came out. Nice. 9 hours, no mods. 9 hours, no mods. I'm not sure what you're asking there. All right, YouTube it is. I'm back in Trinidad now, so you don't get Twitch ads anyway. Nice. Crazy that this was all solo. I get as far as oil refinement before I stopped last time, and 70% spaghetti. Yeah, a lot of people do spaghetti, but that's okay. Bryce, just recently watched you make your spiral building and decided trying to recreate in my world from a heavy modular frames factory and change it a bit. Thanks for inspiration. You're welcome. Welcome to YouTube chat. Yeah, landscape purely inspires my builds. I think that's a great way to do it, and I've done that too myself. This Sky City is kind of my first one. Rick, Morty. Also think, do some of your blueprints exceed the inventory limit and regular limit? Yeah, they do. They do. You're gonna have to have dimensional depots to even build my blueprints, I think. Yes, I'm glad they added infinite nudge as well. Yeah, it gives me the choice. Twitch doesn't give me the choice, correct. Well, Twitch gives me a choice, but it's a false choice. Melkor is a name I've not heard in ages. I didn't know he was your brother. Yep, well, that's what's up. I remember Morg as a welder. Yeah, it's good that he's still working out for him. It is. He works hard. Twitch doesn't have the choice to throw ads during recordings. That's true. 9 hours to complete game time. Oh, yes, 9 hours. Yeah. The record of the fastest playthrough. I don't know about it. I don't know a lot about it. I think I know who did it. His name's like Epiphany. He was the one that was breaking all the records. I don't think it's yeah, I think it's no mods, right? I respect this man too much. Well, that's all right. Good night, Manykins. Already saying good night. All right, I'm all caught up in chat. You guys are crazy tonight. I appreciate it. All right, so we have to start breaking this into parts. All right, and let's try to be organized about this. I did keep her up really late last night. We were editing. That color sucks. You're already rejected. Orange. Bauxite is orange, right? Okay, so this is going to be blueprint 1. Oh, too big. All right, blueprint 1, aluminum ingots. Okay. Now, what else? What else? Now, these boxes are not going to be complete, okay? And I'm going to give you an example. This next one that I'm going to draw, I'm just going to draw right here, but we will need to include the foundries for copper ore in here, unless we could pre-make all ingots. Could do that. That would simplify our blueprints. Nah. There's room in the blueprint. Let's include this in the blueprint. All right. So let's do purple. Let's do this. And we're gonna do BP2 fuse modular frame. Fuse modular frames. Ooh. Oh, shoot. BP2 fuse modular frames. Fuse modular frames. Right? Yeah. All right, and then I just want to do this and this. Okay, now we'll also give us a little indicator here that this guy is included in the purple blueprint, but he's not in a physical position to include him, and it's gonna get messy because he's in a lot of blueprints. Okay, next we have what am I doing here? Radio control systems. Let's do green, and he's going to do something like this. And we're gonna go BP3 radio control units, and let's clean it up. And included in the radio control units is actually this guy. Okay, he's gonna have to be in there too. The rest of this, because he's feeding casing in. And this. Okay, that blueprint is gonna have to have a foundry, an assembler, and a manufacturer. Still not that big of a deal for a blueprint, really. Okay, next, we're gonna go with, let's see. You guys are still chatting. You're gonna try to integrate the new vertical splitters and stuff? Are you not interested in those? I'll use them if I need them. I'm not gonna try to use them on purpose. I'm not gonna avoid them on purpose. Do you guys want some whiskey? I could do whiskey. I hadn't planned on it, but we can get the whiskey going. Just broke that fast with the Red Bull. I ate dinner tonight. I broke my fast this evening. I had dinner. The wife made chili. I pretty much eat I eat on the weekends and Friday nights. It's really difficult for me not to, but it's much easier for me to fast during the week. So I was already broken. Just wait till the whiskey pours. There'll be pizza rolls and bad decisions. No, I'm still good. No, I'd already broken. I'm good. Do you plan on getting an Ashes of Creation that actually gets made? Currently, I'm on Throne of Liberty. Negoshi, my man. I can't take the time to really go into this right now. I've gone into it a lot on the stream. We are going to have an Ashes of Creation guild. I'm going to run it. It's going to be a guild. It's going to be streamed. It's going to be a channel guild. We have many officers already signed up from the guild. We are playing right now. I'm not in it yet because I'm doing this, but as soon as this finishes, we are going all in on Ashes of Creation. And right now, an alliance guild from a member from ICOA. There's so much going on here, you guys. I've told you guys that I played MMOs, that I was an MMO player. Well, one of my old guild mates is here tonight, and he's just learning about, just kind of saying hello for the first time on my channel and learning about Ashes of Creation. ICOA is our old guild. It's our Guild Wars 2 guild. That's what he's referring to. We're having story time tonight, apparently. But yes, Ray is correct. Plan to move on to AOC when we're done here. We're gonna go hard. I'm gonna go hard. I'm gonna go just as hard as I did in Guild Wars 2, except I'll also have the channel. Aped is gonna be playing. Mikey is gonna be playing. Melkor will probably play. My brother. Those are the only ones I know for sure. We'll probably get more than that. Yeah, get the liquor out. I'm the father of explain a little bit. All right. Let me text the help. They're asking for whiskey. If she's already gone to sleep, then she won't get this text. I don't know if she's painting right now or sleeping. All right, so I sent the text. If she's asleep, we will not get whiskey. Okay. All right, let's try to keep going here, crazies. Let's see. So green for the radio control units. Let's do turbo motors. This turbo motors is really messed up. Let's do black for the turbo motors. Turbo motors. Let's do like this. And then we need black. The turbo motor one is gonna be massive. No, because we're gonna do these in their own blender. Okay, so the turbo motor is actually gonna be, wait, do we even need one for turbo motors? No, we do not need a blueprint for turbo motors. We do not. Okay, it's gonna have rubbers and motors. Those come directly from inputs. It's gonna have radio control system that comes directly from a blueprint, and it's gonna have cooling devices that comes directly from a blueprint. Okay, so nice. We actually don't need, this is why we're doing this. This is why we're here, Meg. We actually don't need a turbo motor. All right, now let's do red. We need and we're not gonna do a supercomputer. We already established that. So we need, red. Man, we kind of covered up my aluminum sheet number there. I don't want to, try not to cover up any numbers. And this is going to be red. We'll just do this. And this is going to be red. All right, is this making sense? Is my nomenclature here making sense? BP4 cooling cool systems. So the majority of this factory is going to be designed and planned and built when we do the blueprints. Okay, and then it's just a matter of where we place the blueprints in the building and connecting the blueprints. Okay, but what we're doing is, it's really hard, and I think one of the reasons that people have a hard time in Satisfactory is there's too many things to keep going in your head at the same time. And so what we're doing by making these blueprints, the whiskey's here. What we're doing by making these blueprints now and designing the factory plan before we even get into the game is we're chopping these parts into pieces. So it's substantially easier to keep in our heads, okay? And to kind of take it one step at a time. Because once these blueprints are done, then I can worry about where we place them in the factory, okay? But if we didn't make these blueprints, we would have a lot more to think about when we were flying through our factory trying to figure out where to put everything, right? Okay, guys, we have the whiskey. We are rolling with Darth Vader. I don't know if you can see that. Darth Vader tumbler. And again, not sponsored. Maybe one day. Please pay me to drink. Centauri whiskey. This is not my expensive Japanese whiskey for celebrations. It is my regular Japanese whiskey for regular drinking. And we just sip. Just sip. This is a whole lot of planning. I didn't even know this website existed. Yeah, it is. It's really nice. It really makes big factories doable. Thank you, Ray, by the way, for this glass. I'm working and all the liquor stores are currently closed, so I have to wait till I get home, but I'm planning on drinking a bit tonight. Nice. Bits is Kin's son from somebody else's mother. Maybe. Going into creep mode. I'll probably sleep soon, so preemptively saying good night, y'all. All right, Scarlett. Thank you for the gifted memberships tonight. All right, so I don't drink a lot at once. We're just sipping tonight. Okay, so this is why we're breaking this into parts. And then who shall I write with? Yellow? We'll write with yellow. All right, so first things first, we can't do anything until we do this. Now, this does mean we're going to need a baby water train. Even without drinking, I struggle to build. I'm not drinking enough to really feel it at all. Don't forget, I do weigh 360 pounds. Yeah, I would forget 60% of everything if I had to build as big as this. I'll need notes. Yeah. Welcome, Pierre, as well. I don't recognize you, your name, but welcome if you're new. Okay, so this is our first boy. Let's go ahead and lay out the build from a kind of beginning perspective here, and then like lay it out with no space requirements, and then we'll put it in and make it pretty. Also, I'm really liking a couple of builds here as examples. Should we maybe build them here where we can see them? Nah, we'll build them here. So for the blenders and manufacturers, I'm thinking we go with our friend United Tower? Let's think about this. Assemblers and blenders. Yeah, I think we go with the United Tower. And this is manufacturers and assemblers and foundries. Yeah, United Tower for this. And United Tower for that. This is the only one here. We need a refinery blueprint. Where do we? So let's build the United Tower as a start here. Heavy modular frame right side. So we'll use this as a base for blueprints 2, 3, and 4. Okay, this will be our base blueprint. It'll kind of match what we have going over there, and we'll switch these teal lights. Are these teal lights or are they purple lights? Yeah, we'll switch these. We'll switch them. All right, we'll put the teal there and the purple there because this was a teal-based building, and so we'll switch these around. I think that'll be cool. Give us a different feel. And by the way, we'll just switch out the manufacturer and put a blender there at the top if we need a blender as the final item. I'm 100% new. No, I'm new. Discovered you on Shorts, impressed of your world, and I saw that you explain a lot, and I like it. I'm a beginner on the game, even with much hours. Yeah, well, we're all relative. Knowledge is relative. And, you know, when I watch somebody like Pobcac or BL Andrew, or even like, you know, Kibitz and Bits and Total and Darren, I feel like a noob. So, although I'm in the last 6 months, I have kind of gotten rid of a little bit of my imposter syndrome in that sense. I'm feeling like I'm coming into my own a bit. Pierre, can I ask you, by the way, we have Minikin to thank for most of those shorts these days. By the way, Sunday morning, okay? That's going to be Sunday afternoon or evening if you are Australian or European, but Sunday morning, US time, or Sunday midday if you're East Coast, morning if you're West Coast. We're putting out a short that, in my opinion, is basically schizophrenic. It is 100% Minikin. It's not my fault. I hope you guys enjoy it. If that one goes mega viral, I will never hear the end of it. Mike Pascal, welcome. So Sunday morning, afternoon or evening, look for that short. I'll talk about it again in the next stream. She's very proud of it, and it is funny, but it is very Gen Z and a little bit schizophrenic, but that's okay. Let's see, I'm thinking rocket fuel. Let's decide which one we're gonna do. Who, okay, this is a blender we don't need. So not rubber plastic inside. Do they all have blenders? I don't really want the blender. We don't want the one with the wall. So we do the inside one. So if we do it, it's this one. I'm trying to decide who is our, because if we don't have to design this by scratch, we'll save a lot of time. That's not right. I kept the wall there? That's fine, we can delete the wall. I think we may have to do this other one by scratch, guys. Oh, I know, maybe. No, I don't think I made a blueprint for it. starter factories. We're gonna have to build this first one fresh. We don't really have a blueprint to use as a base for this first one. All right, guys. Okay, so are you playing World of Tanks? Another Mikey? Maybe. By beginner, I mean that I struggle to make factories with a lot of inputs and plan it. Having big production, the items like heavy modular frames, it's already big for me. Well, just take it one step at a time, man. You know, just one step at a time. And don't build big factories at first. Just build one. Just build heavy modular frames with one manufacturer. Get something rolling, and then you can, you know, learn better. Pierre, I was gonna say, which short, if you don't mind me asking, was the one that got you to watch the channel? I'm curious. Ian, I forgot my plan for the steel plant after a week away from the game. I punted and went with the overflow method. Nice. Well, hey, sometimes that's what you need to do. All right, so we got to do a fresh one. How many refineries can we fit inside this B? Four, I think. Four exactly. All right. Okay, so we double up. I need more space. All right. So before I try to fit a blueprint, a factory into the blueprint, I like to lay it out. All right, so this is actually a very simple blueprint. Well, it's not simple. It's got some funky. But, ooh, what if... maybe we have this smelter here. And by the way, we're gonna have to do a bunch of smelters. Okay, all right. I got an idea. What if we do go ahead and load this guy? Oh, and often I don't know how much I should produce for an item, like 5, 10, or 50 per minute. What's the final output when it's the final output for the factory? Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to be exact. That is not the one that I want. Where's the one that I want? You're the one that I want? Ooh, 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 ooh. It's not this one. It's rubber plastic inside. Yeah, it's this one. Get this shit out of here. All right. Yes. Okay. So, because this will save us having to work all the damn lights and crap. If it's already pre-built, we'll just change. Yeah, rubber plastic inside. Or refineries. And we'll delete you. Can we please stop? Thank you. And that will get difficult. But maybe we just build him. Yeah. We'll build a glass foundation or something and build the smelters there. Yeah, we're doing this. Now we will have to raise up the outer 2 refineries. And I will also get rid of this wall. And the rest of this should... Well, it's a start. It's a start. Let's go ahead and do it, baby. Also, we are a little bit shy on lighting. Let's get just a little bit of lighting up so we can see what the hell we're doing. Quick lighting. That is borrowed lighting. That's borrowed power. That's real power. What early game looks like? Nice. That one's doing very well. That one's kind of like a slow, steady earner for me, you know? All right. All right. Gonna load. Rubber plastic inside. All right, here's our starting location. Cayubes raided with a party of 1. Well, welcome yourself, you yourself and I. You were playing software and game development. Welcome, playing Satisfactory. I'm not nearly smart enough to write software or develop a game. We're sipping a little whiskey and we're building some blueprints, which in a way is kind of like software. Okay, so first thing I want to do is we need to fix this platform. And we're also going to get rid of, well, maybe we'll hold the pipes. Maybe we can reuse the pipes. All right, let's make sure this works. You've been rated with a lot of wholesome energy. Well, I appreciate it. Okay. What kind of ratios are we dealing with here? That's what I was gonna do over here. So the very first step is sloppy alumina and aluminum scrap. It's time to get sloppy. All right, so what are we looking at here? So we're going to be making, what is that, 480 alumina solution, and we're going to be eating 480 alumina solution, so this is perfect. Each of these is going to pump out a shit ton of aluminum scrap. One Mark V belt worth, which is nice, a little less. Right. I would say the easiest way to play this game at the beginning is to make modular factories, not necessarily a blueprint, but like, you know, in this area, I am building, you know, wire, copper sheets and cable with these 2 or 3 copper nodes that are nearby, right? And get that going, right? Now with dimensional depots, you don't even need a central storage. And not really, you can do it if you want, but you don't really need one. And then at least that's, you know, whatever, however much that makes of each item, you know, that's enough for now. And then you can always make another factory that produces more of that later. It gets easier and easier to build factories as you progress in the game because you have larger and larger capacity of belts. So early game factories should really be pretty small so that you don't, because you don't have that high belt capacity. And because the logistics get really complicated really fast if you try to build 2 larger factories before you have Mark V belts. So just keep that in mind. Okay. And building something is better than nothing, right? If you don't know how much to build, just build 1 machine's worth or 2 machines worth, right? And then you can move on to the game. You keep progressing, you keep unlocking things. And then you can always build another factory later that makes more of that item. Okay, so what is this going to give us? This is going to give us 720 aluminum scrap. How many of these beasts, man, I'm out of room over here, do we need to eat 720 aluminum scrap? A lot. 720 divided by 60. 12, boys and girls, ladies and germs. 12. Stonehaven. I'm too chicken with no rifle ammo yet because I'm slow. So no depot Sam stuffs, but I'm currently working on a big circle for my mall. I'm excited, nowhere near done or even functional though. Yeah, do not sleep on alien tech. I know that you're saying that you're a chicken and everybody can play the game that they want, but I have not met one person that has said that they wished that they did alien tech later. Twelve is a massive number, you guys. We can't use this. It was worth a try. 12 is a massive number. In and out. Let's try this. All right. You know, I can't do it anymore. I tried. I really tried. We're doing daytime. Paused. Can't see. It's distracting me. The Mercers, the alien tech for the mental depot. Yeah, it is. It's shockingly worth it. Sloops for early game DNA capsules and early game double power shards. Very good. You can blueprint long before Mark 5 belts. I'd recommend trying out blueprints as soon as you can use them. I agree. All right, so that lip is right on the line. That lip is on the line. And I'll show you guys what I'm thinking here very soon. Very, very soon. All right, I think 1 meter. Actually, let's do this. And we are fully recycling our water here, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We are fully recycling our water. Sloppy. And aluminum scrap. You can play the game any way you want to, Stonehaven. And I just wanted to give you that. Feel free to disregard advice, but I would say the Summer Sloops and Mercer Spheres might be better than you think they are. But if you don't want to play with them, then I don't fault you. Your problem is building vertically. Your brain refuses to decode the information. Well, we build vertically in these parts. If you're going to build heavy modular frames, I would strongly suggest this alternate recipe. Go out, find some hard drives. This alternate recipe makes heavy modular frames much less intimidating because it doesn't require screws. Heavy encased frame. You need steel, but you need steel anyway. Ooh, so nice. Peated Scotch, welcome. And as you just saw, we're drinking a little bit of whiskey tonight. Do not listen to Oki Sooner. He is always wrong. This is known. Nope. Lies and damn lies. All right, so I think what we need to do, this is going to be the hardest part. I was stupid and said this is going to be an easy blueprint. And this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough to do what I want. I wish I had the Mark III. At least we'll have the Mark III blueprint designer when we are game time on it's not enough room, is it? Ooh. We can if we oh yeah. All right. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only need 6. And then we'll do another floor of another 6. That's our 12. Also, what color are we gonna do this? We gotta do chrome. We're making aluminum. Three. Shut up, Ian. Depots seem great though, but I've been happy going back to basic farm. I'm gonna enjoy my slow process. Definitely. If you're enjoying, don't stop. Don't play the game the way anybody says, including me. Play it the way you want. Now, if you get stuck, you need some help, that's totally different. Six times 60 is 360. Am I insane? That's right, right? That's absolutely correct. Yeah. All right, so 1 floor for you. Two. You know what, with the new thing, oh, I do have it. That's so nice. Here's our blueprint, guys. This is the base of our blueprint. Ooh, ooh. I made an error. They go right there. And do you sometimes AFK? I don't. I just build stupidly large factories that take forever to build, and that AFK's the factory I just finished. All right. Okay, this is our setup. We just have to route all the inputs and the outputs. We have to put up the lights, and we have to put up the catwalks. But this is the design of our blueprint. This is our boy. I think we can make this work. We are now in the Mercury City Tower, MCT. This is aluminum ingots. BP for aluminum ingots. Sloppy alum, scrap, and alum ingots. Mark 2 BP. Thank you for the follow. Life's a meta. Uh, 720 aluminum ingots per BP. We're gonna do smelters because we're actually making aluminum ingots. We're gonna select the color. I think we go with teal. Set directory is going to be in buildings, and we get to make a new. Oh no, we have one for Mercury Tower. Add blueprint there. MCT aluminum. Save the blueprint. Very few things in Satisfactory are wrong. True. Except for floor holes, they're wrong. Pipe floor holes, they're wrong. Does the idea of unlocking an item, doing a factory of it directly is good too? I would say making one machine of that item so you get a flow going. But I wouldn't necessarily, because some items make a lot of sense to factory together. For instance, rotors, motors, and stators. I would not make a stator factory and then a rotor factory and then a motor factory as you unlock them. I would definitely get one machine of them going so you have something. But I would not make a factory until you have, you know, sets of items that go together. Another example, wire, copper sheets, and cable. Okay, those three go together beautifully. Right? So, you can think of it like that. There's many examples of that. All right. We may not have enough vertical room here. What are our inputs? Bauxite and coal. One each. Water. Outputs aluminum ingot. All right, we might have enough. All right, let's do water. 200, 200, easy. 600 pipe. We do a fresh 600 pipe to each of these. If we wanted to get really crazy, we could go 2 to 3. But we'll probably do, well, how much water total do we need? 1,800. I mean, I'll probably just bring up a train of 5. I mean, why not, right? We'll probably just bring up a train of 5 times 6, 3,000. Just bring up 3,000 water. Seems a little silly. We could bring up the. We could bring up some nitrogen too. We should have this nitrogen available down at the nitrogen pipes, right? I think. Let's see. Let's see if we do. This is important. This matters because it affects how I plan this blueprint in like a really weird roundabout way. So we're using, let's call it 2,000 nitrogen gas. But we have available at that node set one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times 300. We have 3,000. So there's not enough, right? 3,000 minus 2,000. We only have 1,000 left. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing. How much do we need? 1,200. It's not enough. Short. Okay. What if we run up extra nitrogen? I mean, we could train it. See, that's what I'm thinking. If I run, I mean, that's 4 tanks of water. Net, by the way, net. Need 3 tanks of nitrogen, 4 tanks of water. I mean, I could do a 7 train for the nitrogen and the water. I just do that. Where would we train it over from? Here. Can we stick another train in there? Bro. It's asking a lot out of that line. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, let's build. We can build another station off of here. Do like a 7 train. Two cars. It'll definitely make it up the hill fast. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. I hear you, Jeebers. I got there. All right. I saw your chat. You guys seem right on about that. All right. So now we look at this. We don't actually need 400 water. Did I build these backwards? I built these backwards. These need to be, sorry, these need to be the sloppy alumina. And these need to be the aluminum scrap. So 400 minus 240. $160. $600 divided by 160. Perfect. Gives us extra. All right. So we build 3 per line of water. How many of these do we need? 11? 12. We need 12. 3 per line of water. That's 4. I said I was going to send up 4 waters. There we go. Okay. That's our water situation handled. 4 tanks of water. And each blueprint uses up 3. But we only need to mark 1. Because we're only going to take in 160. Here's how the water's gonna work. We'll do the water first because it's the most complicated. We're working with Mark 1s. Bauxite's gonna feed around as well. It's okay. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt there if we do it this way because of this. Run your pipe up off the ground. I'm actually going to do this. Okay, I like that a lot. Lift your pipe. You're gonna have to do better than that. I don't know what you're saying. Which pipe? There's many pipes here. Right now my problem is this and that junction are too close together. If I do something like this, I can crush it into it, but how do we... I mean, we could come up, but how did we come up over here? That was on the other side. We didn't come up on this side. We could go around. Maybe. We can try. How much extra room does this give me? Can I give everybody one space? 6. Perfect. Thanks, Eye in the Sky. That'll make things a little easier. All my pipes, fool. I don't think so. I've done this before. I like this setup. This is what I'm going to go with. The only problem is maybe I have to move this over a little bit. But we're going to try. I mean, we can just... we do this over here. Right, we can go in one more. All right, that's not bad. I probably should have kept that. Switch to headphones. I can cuss now. I don't really plan on that. Actually, can we feed? Would it be like too clippy for you guys to feed? We better go up. And down the middle. All right, what if we put this down the middle? Sorry, I'm a little stupid today. Actually, I don't need to merge these. What am I doing? Don't need to merge. One bro goes up here. The other bro. Yeah. This is not correct. Why don't we just go all the way up? Save. Okay. I'll do it for you. Frick. Nice, Grill Sergeant. Okay. I'm going to call that okay on the clipping front. Okay. these both in the center? Okay. Now I know what we need these for. We need the extra space for. All right, now I feel good about the water placement because I figured out the belt placement for the scrap. Okay. Now, what to do with this water? Needs to come up. We establish a high point. We can make a backflow preventer. Yeah, but I'm recycling water here, Oki Sooner. That design goes out the window. I'm doing something different. Safest way to do this would be to run the water through here. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Water's just going to be really high up on the bus line, but that's okay. Tell me what I think about it in general. I'm sure it works great for refineries. I would not argue against you there. We are actually going to take this up a little bit more, but I'm trying to do something specific with the water recycling. So I have slightly different needs. We may have to go exact water in here because of the overflow situation. That's what I would normally do. If we went exact water, what would that look like? I think it's time for a spreadsheet, boys. I think we're gonna have to go exact water. Otherwise we risk an issue. I don't think we can just pass extra water through. What do I want? All right. Aluminum factory. It's pretty clean. My microphone's right in the way of my keyboard. Oops. All right, let's start to fill this out. This is a lot of work up front, but it's going to help keep us from having problems in the future, so it's time well spent. So, sloppy alumina. Pure aluminum ingot. What else? Copper alloy ingot. Oops. Yeah, you're just going to the outputs. Yeah, it's got to be exact. It's got to be exact. I've done it before. I can do it again. And if you don't believe me, I can go show you the factory where it's working right now. But we can do it. I know we can. What else? All clad casing. So, and if we're gonna be, I don't build valves. I'm never building another valve in this game. I don't think it's a sin. I just don't like having bugs in my factory. Radio control system. Cooling device. I use Nature's valves, and that is looping pipes that prevent backflow and exact amounts to prevent instead of restricted valve use. You don't need valves. Cooling device. If I could trust that valves weren't broken, I would use them. Supercomputer, but I do not. And no amount of arguing with me in the chat is going to change my mind. At least Okie Sooner's arguing. Somebody else might change my mind, but Okie Sooner won't. Okay, let's make sure we have all these, by the way. We definitely have, I think we have the first three, but let's check the foundry real quick just to make sure. Copper alloy ingot, yes. All-clad casing, I'm sure that that's an assembler, and I sure already have it. All-clad casing, yes. Radio control system. That's either a blender or a manufacturer, I can't remember. Radio control system, we got it. Cooling device is, I think, a blender. We do not. There it is. Cooling device was ready to go. And then OC supercomputer. I don't think we have that either. Maybe we do. It's not in here. It's a manufacturer, right? Not in here somewhere, right? They moved them, huh? They used to be here. They moved them. I like Factorio too, but I have way more hours in this because I think this is, it's not a better game, but it's a better game for me. Honestly, and it's a much younger game than Factorio. Why don't you talk to old school Factorio players about what they used to have to do to get fluids to work? Okay, before they changed how fluids work in Factorio. We would be having the same conversation. If Factorio was the same age as Satisfactory, both communities would be complaining about fluids. Speaking of fluids, another round. It's in a damn assembler. It's in an assembler. Why I'm building it, because it's simpler. I have it already. I have it already. All right. All right, let me catch up on chat fully. I was just, yeah, Jeebers. Man, Jeebers always have the answers, and I don't read his text until after. Valves are okay as long as you aren't trying to develop past significant figures. The problem I don't like with valves is they reset the head lift that I worked so hard to achieve. I'm not delusional. They reset the head lift and I don't like it. Can please tell me you're going to try to figure out how to test a single copy of the blueprint? That's the only way I can think of to isolate bad pipes in a blueprint. Yeah, we can do that. We'll go test a single copy. I think that's fair. And it was stupid of me not to do that before. Thank you for the reminder. I should have absolutely done that. I want to know what that is because you seem to know something I don't. You'll have to... Sorry, that was a while ago. Screws are the devil and floor holes are the gateway to hell. They are. See how the DP is? He will agree with me? Nope. I don't think it's buggy as all get out. I think the fluids are very complicated, and I think the UI to understand them is lacking. And I think that pipes can be buggy for sure. Again, I already addressed it. I think that Satisfactory is an older game, and they've had more of a chance to fix stuff. It's actually should be a cool game, but they didn't do anything with the vertical. Why are all the inputs and outputs on flat horizontal plane? They didn't do anything with the vertical. I don't agree with that. They didn't do anything with the vertical. Look at my damn buildings, bro. What do you mean they didn't do anything with the vertical? All my factories are vertical. These are my vertical factories. So the inputs and outputs being on a horizontal plane do not affect your ability to build vertically. The blueprint that I'm making is, look at the blueprint that I'm making. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying. Only good use for valves if you turn on the water pumps to fill a buffer and don't want to run into the machines yet, but waiting to connect an output pipe is the same thing. Yeah, I wouldn't use a valve for that either. Use pumps because Kin says they're buggy. They reset the head lift. I don't want to reset the head lift. I will. Yeah, that's the main reason I don't like them. And there is a bug with valves that if you're not getting a full pipe and you try to reduce it, it doesn't work just right. All right. Okay, we're caught up in chat. We're back to work here. We've got all these. Okay, so this is going to be the natural blueprint. Blueprint A. We'll call it Blueprint 1 because that's what I named it in the other document. And it is aluminum ingots. And we used orange, I think. Whenever I have a question, I just need to wait for Jeebers to give me the answer before I try to figure it out on my own. Yeah, aluminum ingots, BP1. Okay, so the natural blueprint, what are our inputs? Water, bauxite, coal, and that's it. Water. We'll do bauxite, water, coal. Get rid of those. What's our output? Aluminum ingots. Get rid of these. All right, let's do a little bit of house cleaning here, just really quickly. Now, is all this stuff necessary? No, none of this is necessary, but I find that it helps me. You know, a lot of people and a lot ask me, well, you know, how do you do what you do? This is how. How do you keep track of it? Well, sometimes I do silly things. Unnecessary things, some might say, but it's also kind of like, think about like when you're going through school and you were doing you know, math. If you were the type of kid that could get to the answer on your own, without having to show your work, which, by the way, I actually was that kid. I got in a lot of trouble for it. But I would make mistakes sometimes, stupid ones, like, you know, not having the, you know, flipping a sign, right? I actually did that live on the channel. I I got a sign backwards. Reset. Okay, we don't need any of this. Nor do we need any of this or that. Okay. But if you were a kid that couldn't quite do everything in his head, well, this is the kind of stuff that helps me. The problem is that this factory is really hard to get everything in your head. And so, you know, it causes a problem when you can't keep it all in your head. All right, so this, we're going to probably just copy and paste this here. We're going to do underclock. And I'll show you why I'm doing this. It'll become clear, hopefully, shortly. This is how we're going to get exact numbers. And we need exact numbers if we're going to recycle. This is how I designed my battery plant in update 8. Will I have problems? Will I curse today, June 20th, as the day that past kin screwed current kin? Maybe. But that's future kin's problem. All right, so we're gonna eat 160 water, we're gonna give 720 ingots, 400 bauxite, 160 water, 720 ingots. How much coal? 240 coal. All right, so here's the deal. If we do, and now let's do all of this goes there, and we're gonna do what is happening with the math here? Per group, what are we multiplying here? There's D21. Yikes. We want that to be D69. Nice. And we want this to be E69. And I think we just go like this. All right, so what's the problem, boys? Problem is, if we do 3 blueprints of this setup right here, we only need 480 water. I can't do 2 blueprints because if this was 150 water, now that's fair. We could do that. I could underclock this all so that we need 150 water, and then I do 2 per 300 pipe. That's fair. That would be simpler. I actually think I want to do that. It means we have to build more of them, but we have space. It's an easier logistical solution. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, this is why we're doing this. Here's what I was gonna do. All right, let me show you what I was gonna do, and then I'll show you what I just realized I can do instead. Sweet Pete, buddy, this is wild. The building's the Excel docs. I've never seen something like this. Well, welcome to the party. I'm headed to bed, but I want to say awesome. We're gonna catch you later. Well, the VOD's gonna be here, so if you want to check out what I was doing, then you're always welcome to. What kind of shit are you guys talking? Construction checker limiting. Okay, that's okay. I should dealing with fluids to go vertical. Voice from the past, not to cut up live yet. No worries. I got it taken care of. Kids to build good. Fluid system, build a capacity to tap from, not a feed. That's all I'll say. kids to build a good fluid system, build a capacity to tap from. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I don't use spreadsheets. I use Satisfactory tool system. Ken showed me how to use it, even though he doesn't know it. So for that, I'm grateful. I mean, I know that I've taught you everything you know, Ilky Sooner. It's all right. I know that. You don't need to do spreadsheets to build good factories. That's true. You don't. This is how I do it. And people ask me, how do you do it? Right? So I'm showing you how I do it. It is definitely, absolutely not the only way to do this. I would never say that. Okay, so we need an extra 120. So how do we underclock this blueprint to, instead of 160, give us 120? I think it's 75% all the way around. Okay, so I think it's going to be 75% of the bauxite. I want to go through this exercise to show you guys how I would do this, why I do a natural and an underclock setup to get 600 total water in each group. Okay, but then we're going to do it a different way. All right, so I think it's 75% all the way around. So if we just do 0.75 and I do equals this. That's not an equal sign. Equals this times this, and I lock that reference, and I go like this. No, sorry, my bad, Mario. And I go like this. Yeah, 120. All right, so we go 300, 120, 180. Basically, everything would be 75%. Right, 540. Okay. And then if I do this, boom. That didn't work. Very anticlimactic. Why didn't that work? Oh, because those are messed up. It's not M, it's I. And we run this along. Let me reset my sound real quick. Every time I hear my favorite song, I try to reset my sound, because if I don't, sometimes my sound gets buggy and gross. All right, so here's what I was thinking of doing. Right now, I was feeding in one full Mark II belts into this setup of 3 100% blueprints and one 75% blueprint. But if we do that, that means we have to keep track of 2 different variations of blueprint, which we could do. But I think a more elegant solution is actually to do 2 natural blueprints, cut that off. We're going to actually get rid of this, and we're going to do some underclocking. Okay, so let's do the underclocking, and so that we need 150 net water. Because if we need 150 net water, that means that each group of 2 needs 300 water, which is a perfect, nice little one split off of a Mark II of a Mark I, right? And then it's perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Okie Sooner says hit the thumbs up. I would appreciate that on the VOD. Okay, so how are we gonna do that? How are we gonna get this our blueprint set up to only need 150 water? Okay, well, let's take a look. Where are we? I'm backwards here. So we are... This is an algebra problem. So what do I think? I think what's 150 divided by 60? I'm not going to actually solve it the right way. 93.75. I'm going to guess and check. I don't 100% know that this is true, but it could be true. 93.75. I don't know, I got this weird feeling that it's not true. Oh, maybe it's true. All right, so let's see. Let's add up 2 times 225 minus 2 times Wait, 2 times 187.5. Actually, let's just do 187.5 minus 112.5. 187.5 minus 112.5. 175. Ha! It worked. And we have 2 of them, which means we need 150. All right, so everybody gets reduced. Now, we're not going to reduce these guys. I'm just going to build fewer of them. All right, so let's do that real quick. This is going to produce 337.5 times 2. Maybe we just reduce it. 675. Yeah, let's just reduce it. Let's just burn everybody down to 93.75. Sounds like a radio station. All right, so in theory, let's check the math. 56.25. No, sorry. 28 point. Oh, that aluminum ingot number is wrong. It's half. 28.125 times 6. 28.125 times 6. 168.75. This should actually be 360. Well, it should have been 360. And then 360 times 93.75. $337.5. Yeah. Oh, it's not times 6. It's times 12. Hat. 337.5. Bang. Bang on. All right, so that's good. Basically, all I did is I reduced the overall capacity of this entire blueprint by bringing every single machine down to 93.75. All right, we did that so that it only needed an excess of water of 150. Okay, so this is 337.5. The coal is 240 times 0.9375. It's 225 for the coal, and then the bauxite is 400 times 93.75. This is 375. Okay, nice. Look at this. We got the bauxite under a mark bonus. This is a bonus right here. We got the bauxite input under a Mark 5. So we just send in a Mark 5 and overflow a little bit, and we're good to go. Okie Sooner says next person to say hit the thumbs up gets an achievement. Okay, so here's our setup. So per group, we need 300 of them. Now, how many groups do we need? D... 69. D 71. All right, so let's do 2 groups together in a row. Because that'll give us 1 Mark 6. By the way, this is not oil, water, and coal. It is bauxite, water, coal, and aluminum ingot. Now, how much? What's our target? Our target is, let's go here. Our target is 401. 4105 aluminum ingots, something like that. Let's call it 4105. Sorry, I forgot where I was. Target, let's call it 4105. All right, and by the way, we're gonna do all zeros here. And then what is our coal target? 27. I mean, it doesn't really matter that if we meet the aluminum ingot target. So 2 more sets of 2. We're short 1405, short 55. 55. My IQ is 55. Sometimes I feel that way. What is this? What is this shit? We do a weird guy. We just build a little bit extra. I don't know. 55. These make 1,350. We'll just do a little bit extra here. I'm gonna get rid of these. I mean, we could make one special blueprint that's massively underclocked. We could do that. What was the 100%? This is actually natural but underclocked blueprint. What's the 100%? It was 400, 160, 250, 240, and 360, right? Yep. All right, so what if we want 55? We'll make one special blueprint to do this other off by himself. 55. What percentage is that? That divided by that. 15.28. So the special boy. All right. We'll put these here, and then that times that will lock the reference. Gross. Why is that affecting that? Cut this one out. I don't understand. Why do you even care? What's it, circular referencing? Stupid. Oh yeah, let's sorry, copy and paste values. Sorry, I'm getting a little in the weeds here, but target, total, and then we'll do this one. Okay. So special, you spelled special wrong. All right. So that sucks. We have to bring up 24 extra water. Oh well. We need those ingots, though. We really, really do. I mean, what if we... What if we cut down on the aluminum sheets by... by 55? The casing? That's so much aluminum casing. What if we massage this plan a little bit? $275 live stream viewers right now on YouTube, you guys. 29 on Twitch. Welcome. Yeah, I think we change our plan a little bit because I don't need that much casing anyway. So why don't we alter the deal like Darth Vader? I am using the Darth Vader glass. Thank you, Ray. Here. I don't know if you can see it. There's a reflection. So maybe we alter the deal. I think we do. So let's change the amount of aluminum casing. Let's reduce our requested aluminum casing by $41.02. Where's the O2 going? 2.5. Yeah, let's make this simple in this blueprint. So this is an interesting math problem. I like it. This is part of the problem of planning out these factories like this. You run into these issues where it'd be simpler if I just built the factory and then whatever was overflowing, I just make it and it doesn't matter. The machine runs idle. I mean, and essentially we would be doing that, right? I still would like to know what the numbers are. I mean, that's what we're gonna do. I think that's what we're gonna do. We just need to know what the numbers are. The thing is, it's not 55. We need to get this 3000.045. To say, well, so we need the 112.5. That can't change. We need that. That's a hard number. 112.5 right here. This has to happen. It would be easy if we could change that. We can't. And then the 990. I don't want to mess with that down there. I'd rather reduce it by this aluminum casing. We don't need this much. This is way too much. All right. Plus, let's see. What do I want it to be? Let's calc how much I want to make, and then we'll subtract it out. That's what we're doing here. All right, let's get rid of this. I only want to make 4,050. Okay, that's all I want to make. I want to make 4,050 and no more. Okay, so we start with our 4,050 and we subtract our 112.5. And we subtract our 990. And we're left with 2947 and a half. All right, we need this to say 2947.5. Okay, so we need to change this number. So this says 2947.5. That's all. Okay, and so minus 3000.045. Okay, 52.545. I don't know why we're getting some weird numbers here, but let's plus 112.5. So we need this to say 59. I mean, it's really 60. We need this to say 60. And so we just type this in, right? Okay, so one person. So we do 21. Let's check our math. Remember, we were going to build 20. So 19 times 112.5. 19 times 112.5 plus the 60. Does that seem right? No, the 60 is the output. I'm sorry. Plus 80. No, we need to do the, sorry, we need to do the inputs. 150. I'm sorry. I did two outputs. We need to do the two inputs. 150. They're 2930. That's not right. Okay, 4050. This is what I want to make only. We can't get rid of the 112.5. We can't get to the 990. This needs to be 2948 left over. And we take that 2948 and we divide by 19 times 150. Right? We use 150 in the original recipe. Yeah, aluminum ingots, 150. Sorry. All right. And what's the subtraction there? Boom minus boom. No. $98. Okay, well, it's 98 here. Six, 65%. 98 divided by 150. 0.6533. That's ridiculous. 98. Okay. So Okay, plus 98. We add all these back up. Yeah, it's not right. Oh, I know why. Well, this is part of the problem here. It wasn't 98. It's 97 and a half. So that's on me. 97.5 divided by 150. Yeah, it's 65. That makes more sense. 65%. Okay. All right, so then we need this to be what's the difference between, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. 112.5. I'm having to plan this factory forwards and backwards, right? 112.5. Oh my god, I can't do it. 112.5 minus 73.125. All right. Okay. It needs to be 39.375 less aluminum ingots. I mean, aluminum casing. I'm sorry. Okay. Minus 195.037. Okay. 155.662. Let's see how that looks. What do we need? We needed 2947.5. Ah, shit. 29.47.5. That is correct. Except we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this extra crap. It's fine. I don't care. It's probably this. Is it just this? A little bit more. See what this is doing to me? It's causing me to go insane. All right, this is good. All right, 155.63. All right, so now we don't have to build this stupid special boy. He's gone. He's gone. This is our need. Exactly 4050. Okay, and we can the coal is a nice round number, 2700. The water's a nice round number, 8. See, I'm trying to get these inputs as nice round numbers. Okay, 2700, 1800, 4500. 4500. 1800, 2700. See what I'm trying to do? So I made the number at the end sort of stupid so that the number at the beginning was a nice round number. If I make the number at the end a nice round number, then the number at the beginning is kind of stupid. Does that make sense? So I'm kind of planning it backwards so that I have nice, easy machines to build. Because let's be honest, do I really give a shit at all if I get 155.63 aluminum casings per minute, or if I get our original number, which was 195.037 aluminum casings per minute? No, I don't care about that. What do I care about? I care about not having to build another stupid little machine and bring up another train of water for 45 water or whatever it was, just so that I could get a number that I don't need. That's silly. I would rather take the 5 minutes that, well, maybe it took more than 5 minutes, but I'd rather take the time up front to figure out, okay, well, look, if I just bring up 1800 water, how much extra aluminum ingots am I going to have? Oh, okay, well, I'm going to have, you know, enough to build this much aluminum casing. Now, the way I got there was probably back-asswards and terrible, and you guys probably have a better way of getting there, but this is how I got there. So now we have greatly simplified, and let's go ahead and make some edits. We're going to go 29.475, 2947.5. This is going to be 2947.5. And this is going to be 155.63. 155.63, and I don't really care that it is. Like, I just don't care what that number is. I just want this number to be whole. Okay. So that means our aluminum ingot is good. We have run it through the spreadsheet, and we have made sure that what we're going to build makes perfect sense. And yeah, I think this is great. All right, so each, yeah, this is perfect. So now that we know that, we can build with confidence in here. And we know that these are all underclocked correctly. And I think we're good to go. We're good to continue. All right, and I feel good about this water. Its location. It'll be really high up on the blueprint for the bus, but I don't care. All right, let's do the inputs and then we'll do the outputs. I think liquid is done here. So let's do coal. No. Yes. We're not done with liquids, actually, because we need to do this. But I don't like going up like that. Now, this should work perfectly fine. I'm not 100% sure. How I did this in the other one was I think I used a pump, but I don't think we need a pump. This we will have to make sure it works when we run the test. But in theory, that's what we're trying to do here. Alright, I think that's out of the way, and that's Cole anyway. He's shorty. He's a shorty. Yeah, of course not. Because that would make life too easy, and we can't have that. Can we do a little baby crush? I don't think I've ever done one like this. Has anybody ever done a 1, 1, 2? I don't think it's gonna work. Okay. That's the coal. Next is the bauxite. The bauxite goes in here and in here. So what are we gonna do here for that? We're gonna go up again. I'm okay with going up again. So tight here. Don't really have a lot of room unless we sneak it in here. I mean, I think this one's pretty easy. I like that. Ooh, but we wouldn't be there. We'd be here. Can't really do that here, though. Not in the same manner. Because that's in the way. We can pull it forward, which means that I might pull the other one forward to make it match. Oh, wait, no, if we go on the edge here? Oh, let's see, the arrow is even with that. I guess we don't see the arrow. Top of the box. One too high, it's right here. I'm one off. It's here. Right, something like one, two. If we bring it in anymore, it'll clip. But that'll clip down there, which is unfortunate. Okay, so what are our options? We could do, we could have some fun here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Never really routed anything like this. But that's pretty slick. Does it clip in there a little bit? Yeah, but I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. I think that looks cool. Making the belt look like part of the refinery is worth it for that little bit of clipping, I think. All right. Bauxite is hooked up down to here. All we need to do is create a splitter. I mean, anywhere is fine. We could go there and boom and boom. Okay. Very nice. Bauxite is done. Coal is done. We need to... water is done. Let us finish our friend. We're gonna need to... if we want to use the belt connector or the blueprint snapping, then we need to be very careful to make sure that we have a belt. And we are using the blueprint snapping, by the way. New in 1.1. There's our 3 belts. Let's make the signs before we forget, because I will forget. Let's make them bigger because I'm blind. Coned tooth. First time chatter. Thank you, first time chatter. Hello, how are you? We're gonna change this to our purple color. By the way, we still have to do decorating. We still have to do decorating. But remember, the majority of the factory design work is happening now. We're doing it all up front so that when we start building the factory, we know exactly what we need to build, how many of them we need to build, and what orientation we need to build. And then we just have to worry about the hookup logistics. Okay? It's like, remember when you were first starting to learn how to drive? There were so many things to remember at once that it was nearly impossible. You couldn't remember it all at once. And you know, that's why we're not, you know, because there was nothing kind of automated yet in our minds, you know? And I remember getting really, really tired. It was really taxing when I was first learning how to drive, right? Because you have to do all these things, right? There's all these things you have to pay attention to. You're new at it, and you're usually young, right? And stupid. I can't believe they let people drive at 16. Now, my 14-year-old is smarter than most 18-year-olds that I know. She's probably smarter than the rest of you. Some of you. You know who you are. But the point is, right, you learn how to drive. There's all these things, right? If you don't know where you're going, let's say you're going someplace new and you're still learning how to drive, now that's even an extra thing that you have to add to all these things you're trying to keep in your brain. Factory planning, I think, can be similar to that in that, you know, we can take some of those things like figuring out where you need to go first, or we all have GPS now, right? But back when I learned how to drive, there wasn't GPS, right? You're looking at a paper, looking at directions that you printed out from MapQuest, right? Or directions that you took down that somebody gave you, and you're trying to like look at the street signs and, you know, you're trying to figure all this shit out, and you just learned how to drive, and so you're not checking your mirrors and stuff, right? But if we figure out where we need to go first, then we can concentrate on the driving and not make any mistakes driving because we already know where we're going to go. The factory here is the same way. We're trying to take some of these things that we have to think about when we make our factory, and we're doing them up front so we don't have to do them when we build the factory. That was probably an absolutely terrible analogy. But I'm going to roll with it. That's not the bauxite. Where's the bauxite? Bauxite's here. This is the coal. And this is aluminum ingots. And we know water. Okay. Now let's finish hooking these up. So this seems like a lot of work, and it seems like, oh, he's not actually building the factory, but I am. We are building the factory. This is the meat and potatoes of building the factory. This is all the hard shit. We're making notes, we're writing stuff down, we're checking our math. Okay. The more that we can do now, the more accurate and more bug-free our factory is going to be when we start putting these blueprints into place. For instance, I'm going to check and make sure that this blueprint works before we do anything else to it. I'm doing good. I can't wait to play Satisfactory this year because I don't have a PC. I can't wait to play on console. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Yes, Jeebers, I'm going to test the blueprint in the coffee stain stream. They specifically said those squish lifts will no longer work in blueprints, but remain working in already built blueprints. I'm curious to see if that was true. I have heard that they have not gone through with that. I don't know. I hear a lot of, I mean, they sound like they're snapping to me. So we're definitely going to test. We're going to test. We have to test this little fun guy. We're definitely going to test this. I know that this will work. I know it's going to work. So we'll test. We'll make sure that the squish lifts are working. That is really funky to me. I think, wasn't there a lot of community pushback on that? I heard that they may have reversed course, but I don't know. It's all hearsay. I haven't had a chance to really watch those live streams lately. So this is all secondhand to me, but we'll make sure that they work for sure. All right, so we have to do power. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's time to switch to Buc-ee's. The Buc-ee's iced tea cup. Ooh, it's a little tall. All right, let's test him. Let's see if he collides with our pole. I mean, not our pole, our water pipe. Plenty of room. Actually, I don't even need that. Very cool. Okay. All right. All right. And then maybe. Oh, we're gonna play that game, are we? Two can play at that game. Is that prohibitively ugly? I mean, I can't really even see that. Okay. Don't forget the lights. I won't, but we're gonna test first. I don't want to do all the decoration and find out that we have something catastrophically wrong fundamentally with our design. All right, so what do we need? We need water, coal, and bauxite nearby. All right, so let's run to a test site. Okay, we got to make sure that this works. This blueprint is, we're really pushing our luck here. I mean, not pushing our luck, but I mean, we are. It's got to be right. Well, this looks good to me. I mean, this would work too. I mean, all of this is great. Our aluminum factory is right here. We're using this for the aluminum factory. How much bauxite do we need? $375. Can't get it there. Let's steal it from the aluminum. How much coal do we need? 225. That'll work. All right, let's test it right here. We'll just we'll split off. All right, we good to go. You living in undefined? You are. You can live there for now. All right, let's do it. It's literally right down. It's down there. You ready, boys? Ian gets a traffic stack up achievement. Here we go. I see a purple slug down there. I'm gonna get him. It's dangerous out here, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have your guns ready? Maybe I won't get the purple thing. Oh yeah, we're gonna... No, Hog. You don't scare me, Hog. Hog boy. Oh, get absolutely effed, sir. Is this the water that we're... Oh my god. Oh, hi. You're scary. Hog boy. I don't know where we are on the map. All right, we need to be right here. Due east, right over the spider. We'll fight him if we have to. Inside this bag, a bunch of glass bottles with cooking oil. Guess what happened to them in my carpet below this table? I don't know what you're saying, sir. What is this? This is our coal. Ow. All right. Where's the bauxite flowing? Bauxite is flowing somewhere. Don't forget to grab your nuts. Bauxite's here. Coal is here. All right, this is fine. Let's just get the water up to here. Hello, nice murder stream, +1. Hey, I do what I can. If we have to deal with a spider, the murder may happen the other way around. All right. Oh, yeah, I knew this would work. I knew this would work. And you, sir, we're going to continue the murder. Uh-oh. Now we're going to see why Kin doesn't play Fortnite. Ah! We ran out of ammo. See, that's why I don't play Fortnite on the stream. All right, now, do you remember how much we need exactly per blueprint? I do. It's 150. We're going to feed in exactly what we need because that's what we're going to do in the real world scenario. And we're gonna switch over to, oh my god, I need that bug fixed. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's never coming back, but the ability to hit 1 and change out your item that you're using for your jetpack. All right, let's build a blueprint and let's north feed the water just like we will. I mean, top feed. This is what we're gonna do in the real world situation. In the factory. We are actually not going to connect this yet. We're going to let this fill up. In the meantime, let us... Ooh, we get to use the belt monitor for the first time. For me. In a real world situation. Oopsie. Oopsie. All right. It's testing time. Night, Lena. Have a good one. How do you like the 1.1 changes? Probably asked a million times, but I'd like to know. I love them. There's just something that was changed, whether it was on accident or on purpose. I'm not sure. But the ability to quickly hit tab and hit 1 to switch your hover pack and your jetpack. I was relying on that, and it's really messed up my muscle memory. Especially since when you hit 1 now, it puts this in your dimensional depot, which really irritates me. So other than that, everything's been amazing. Nice music. Yeah, I use White Bat Audio on YouTube. Check that out. There we go. So this is working, but we need to let it fully cook. We're not getting coal. Well, Squishy Lift is not getting coal. That is not good. Okay. It worked fine. I just had to connect it with a belt. Let's make that change literally right now so we do not forget. This is why we're testing. Looks like the Squishy Lift works. But we had to put that belt in. And by the way, I think that was the same. Maybe that was the same before. Are they saying that it just won't auto connect? Because if all I have to do is put a belt in where I didn't have to put a belt in before, Jeebers, I'm good. Like that doesn't bother me at all. The squishy part still works. It looks like this just didn't auto connect. That's the only thing that it was missing. We'll leave this up in case we have any other changes. So what's our target per minute? Sorry, target per minute is 337.5. I don't know if this is going to give us a 0.5er, but as long as it's 338, we should be good. Is that right? 337? Yeah, it is. All right, so let us make sure. Is everybody working? Now, there's still some manifolding shenanigans. Aluminum scrap stacks at a very high rate. Ooh. What is the happening here? You worked, but you didn't. Okay. This is a squishy lift. All right. This looks like a change. I think this would have worked in times past. It looks like that it's not. Now, it's still a squishy lift. It's just not as squishy. We flowing? We're still not flowing. That's not good. Why did this one work? Yeah, that's full of aluminum scrap. So why did one work but not to other? I heard the click. That should be working. That one is the same position as that one. That's irritating. Yeah, and this one's not connecting. I think maybe the same thing's happening here. It looks like they didn't break squishy lifts. It looks like they broke the auto connection when you connect from precision placement into a place, except this one worked. So I don't understand. See, there's no connection being made here. I can't start the lift from the bottom. That's the squishy part. Can I nudge it in? Can't nudge it in. I'm trying. I can't. I mean, obviously this would work. Okay, obviously this will work. That's full of scrap. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to start it from the top so that I don't clip. Because I don't have room otherwise to do this. That's the whole point. That's why we would do that, right? And that is what they're saying is no longer working. Why are you doing this to me? Well, it's not, this isn't even in a blueprint anymore. This is just in the world. Right? I'm not trying to make this save in a blueprint. This is just in the world. That's mighty irritating. Now, why did this one work, I wonder? Doesn't work now. Trying different orientations of it, but all of them are not working. That's disappointing. That is going to affect my enjoyment of this game. We should be getting more customizability, not less. I could bias a meter of... I can bias a meter here. I mean, we're already clipping here. Rebuild the refinery. I mean, I guess I could. They've said that this functionality was going away. It's one of the things I was specifically testing for. No, it's a fundamental change in how a thing works. Yeah. No worries, Jeebers. I know. I realize that for sure. And I appreciate the context. This makes me a sad panda. All right, our test is whack. We have to do a redesign of this. Remove the pipe and build the lift first. Well, I have to avoid the clipping. But the thing is the pipes have to be a very specific thing here because I'm recycling the water. So the pipe stuff is specific, but we can do another orientation. I just have to think about it. So I'm thinking we turn these on their edge and it to be like this one, and we move everything up, and then he goes on the back side of it. That was one of my favorite things to do in this game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little irritated, and we can't rely on that, even though it worked. I'm not gonna rely on it. Life where pipe is in make you bend around a lift. I can't. The pipes are the most important because of the way we're recycling. And we're at the edge of the earth here, right? We got to be careful. But I think we're gonna go vertical. And I will say with infinite nudge, vertical nudge, life is better. It'll make doing this easier. for sure. 1, 2. I mean, it's still gonna clip. Because I can't go here. It's not gonna let me do this. I don't think. Maybe. Will it? Okay. Okay, good. All right. I'm fine noodling that. No, I can't do it this way. It has to come directly out of here and go straight down. The foundation's not in the way. Coffee Stain Studios has said that the way that the squishy lift works have been fundamentally changed. Yeah, I don't know why it worked in one and not the other. The water pipe here has to be specific or we cannot recycle the water. It won't work. So what I have to do is figure out a way to get that specific piping and now provide a bunch of extra space for the lift or for the belt that we didn't need to before. And that's the part that's irritating. I have no freedom to build now. This has to come out and go directly down. It can't go up and then down. I didn't think this was going to work. What about using, okay. What about this? I should have tried this. I should have tried this. Well, we had the old way set up. It's still a little bit. I mean, that works, right? Because before when it did, so I know that works actually. I mean, we're just gonna have to eat this clipping. We're just gonna have to eat the clipping, and that is irritating. Maybe they'll come out with a fix. But that was getting fun, like, usage out of that was fun for me. Can we go? Let's do the same thing. But maybe I'm just being a pain in the ass right now. Well, I'm definitely being a pain in the ass, but that's always the case. All right, we need auto 2D. Oh, why did you move, you son of a bitch? Son of a... I mean, see how he's right in the way? Super irritating. I mean, just gonna have to clip. Shit's gonna make me rage. Achilles, hey bud, I started Cyberpunk City and all I can say is holy F. I wish I had some of the brain power. Well, I wish I had some more right now too. This is really irritating me. So I am trying to get over this. Okie Sooner is about to get banned from my channel. I am trying to let this go. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. So what happened is while they were working on fixing another bug, they changed how something works. We were always able to shorten how lifts connect. We could force them to be short or shrunk in multiple dimensions. So we could avoid clipping in tight spaces like this by using that function. That function is now gone. I used it all the time. I've used it in every single blueprint that I've made in this save. Every single one. And now I can't do it. It's irritating, and it's going to take me a little time to get over it. Look at this stupid shit I have to build because I can't crush the lifts. It just means more spaghetti. I mean, this doesn't look terrible. Here. The rest of this looks stupid. I can build this here. We'll go ahead and do that. That'll look a little better. Put this merger, this splitter back. It's just irritating because it's it allowed for customization that is now gone. I had a bad thought. Does this mean you can't tweak any of your old blueprints without causing those to stop working? Seems that way. Can you move one further space away from the refiner? Does that mess up the exact number? I can't because it's outside of the blueprint. I can't move this. I can't move this out. See? I can build it here. I can't build it there. I could move it. I could move it a half out. I could reduce this slightly. I could reduce this slightly. I'll go ahead and do that. I'll do the half. I'll do the half. I can do a half nudge. So we'll do that. We'll call that a compromise. Oh. Yeah, you're not gonna build, are you? Okay, this, it'll let us do the other half out. Okay. All right, but are you actually though? What if I go here? Okay, so we can do a half there and a half there. So that solves that. And then I hope that we can move this in line here. Half. All right. So that's good. Up. In theory, this should now work with auto, yes. And then we'll move this a half. Half. We all have OCD. That's why I build with no clipping. But a major tool in which to do that. See, that's better. I mean, that's as good as we're gonna get. In the future, could I have moved everything forward? I mean, we're up to the front there. This can't move. We're up to the front there. We're up to the front there. The only thing, I mean, if I clipped it, then I would just be clipping this into here, which, I mean, maybe that I mean, I could move it a half, right? Everybody could move forward a half, perhaps. But to be honest with you, I don't want to move everything. No. We're not going to do that. We're going to make a match. We're going to make a match. We're going to go down. We're going to go like this. Here. I lost my point. That's one too high. Nope. There. Sorry, I'm raging a little bit too much to read chat. You just need to place the conveyor poles first. I mean, I did. They're not connecting. It didn't connect. At least the manner in which I was trying to crush, I tried it a bunch of times. It was clearly not working. So I'm sure some version of crushing works. The version that I was trying was not working. I can't tell you why. By the way, one of them worked, the other one didn't, and I didn't know the difference between the two. I couldn't figure out why one worked and one didn't, but it clearly did not. Crushing vertically seems to be working okay. I was crushing this inside of that one. It wasn't connecting. Crushing vertically, I did it over here. It seems to be working. It depends on what manner of crushing you're talking about. Here, let's try it. Let's try it in a vacuum here. Maybe this will work. I don't know, but let's see real quick. So I was doing a refinery, and I was trying to get this out. Now, like I said, one of these worked, and I did build the pole first. I always build the pole first. See, that's not working. That is not working. I built the pole first. That is not connected. Even though it made the click. It used to be if you heard the click, it would work. Get a mod that has 6.6 and greater blueprints. No, I don't build mods. I don't do mods. There's a bigger blueprint maker, Gimbal. I just haven't unlocked it. That's neither here nor there. I mean, it's probably a technical issue, to be honest with you. There's a lot more going on here than in Factorio, technically. So that doesn't bother me. We don't build thousands and thousands of machines manually. Hundreds of machines manually. I'm building a blueprint here that has, I mean, look how many machines this has in it. This has 4 big ones and 12 small ones. This has 20 machines in it, right? I mean, 16 machines. And I'll build these. And I've built bigger blueprints, and there are mods to do it, but I don't do mods. So this is what's broken. You can put a short belt in it. No, I can't. I cannot. This is not connecting to the lift. I cannot put a short belt in this. It is not connecting. Even default. Sorry, you said can. Not you can, you said can you. I apologize the way I answered that silent. Then build them all manually? Well, I'm not going to build them all manually. I build them in blueprints. I just have to design the blueprint around this new. The problem is not the design of Satisfactory. The problem is a new thing that was introduced last week that doesn't allow me to solve problems the way I'm used to solving. So I'm irritated because I have to learn a new way to solve problems. That's why I'm irritated. All right, so I think that this will work. We're gonna have to eat this clipping. If I'd have known that we needed that extra space, I probably would have built everything forward a meter, but I don't want to do that right now at this point because I'd have to basically redo the whole thing. There's probably an extra meter in the middle here. I could have always bumped this forward. I mean, there's a way to do it with zero clipping. There's a way to do it with zero clipping. I just have to plan for more space up front in order to get it to work. So we're gonna test this now. Did I hook up all the power on the rebuilds? The power's rehooked up. Did I forget any belts here or pipes? These are all hooked up. These are all good. All right, let's try this one. Figures something silly is the thing that stops me. You also have to remember that, again, as I said before, Factorio is a much older game than Satisfactory. Factorio had many usability and quality of life issues when it was a year old as well. Again, you know, speaking about the pipes. So, it is what it is. 1.1 added a whole host of quality of life features, and I'm sure that we're going to continue to get them as time continues. I'm just irritated today, and I will get over it. And power. Yeah, so I mean, here's what I'm trying to build. I would never in a million years build, I mean, 200, 350 buildings manually and then do all of the hookups and all of the I mean, this is what you had to do before blueprints were a thing, but nobody built big factories because of it. Right? I'm not going to build 250 machines by hand and set all of their connections and set all of their power connection. I'm not going to do that. All right. All right. Well, so yeah, we're flowing. So it looks like we can. So this one crushed, right? I don't know why this one worked. So I crushed this one just fine. These other ones remain uncrushed. That's actually a mistake on my part. Well, I guess not. I could have crushed this one to make it match, but I'm not going to play with it now. I mean, if it works, it works. Obviously, it's getting bauxite. Satisfactory came out last year, my friend. I mean, I only count 1.0. It was in early access. I hear what you're saying, but the game wasn't complete until last year. Yeah, this looks like it's working. I do want to see the I mean, you can't compare the timelines. I mean, you just can't. Factorio release date. I mean, it's 8 years old. August 2020 was the full release. So if we go full release to full release, it's got 4 years on it. The early access started in 2016. So I don't know. I think it's apples to apples. Give Satisfactory 4 years to catch up, and I think a lot of these things are going to be fixed. Having light bulbs. Well, yeah, if you're going to count early access and you count it both, you would count in both games, right? Satisfactory had a longer early access time than Factorio. It did. But I actually think that that's a good thing, because I wouldn't want them to release the game until they felt it was ready. Anyway, we're arguing about something that doesn't matter, and we're not. It doesn't matter. It's fine. 281. What do I want to see? I want to see. $337. It's going to take a little time to manifold. I mean, I think everything's working, right? I have to build, how many of these do I have to build? I have to build 16 of these. But I do want to make sure that the water doesn't back up. That's really what we're testing here, to make sure that this pipe design is doing what it's supposed to be doing. And this water is draining immediately, so I think we're good there. Can you leave it for now and try to fix the crushing of the one part? I'm not sure. Can you leave it for now and try to fix the crushing of the one part? The only problem that this blueprint has right now is this clip. But this is minor, and I'm going to decide to ignore it. Honestly, the game wasn't complete until 1.1. I mean, you can make the argument the game still isn't complete. I don't know that a game like this is ever really complete. The only thing 1.1 added a bunch of quality of life things that existed in mods, and games do that all the time, where, you know, they build the game and the developers don't know how much different features are wanted by the community until those features get put into a mod. The same thing happened to Factorio, right? And it got to the point where basically everybody used a mod because it made the game more fun. And the developer's like, well, okay, well then we'll put that feature into the game, since you don't have to use a mod. It's the same development cycle. Satisfactory is just 4 years behind, and it's not a we and you thing. I love both games. So I actually kind of dislike this comparison to every time there's something up with Factorio, or Satisfactory, you say, well, Factorio does it better. Factorio does it differently. It's a different game. So I think actually the whole conversation is kind of not really relevant, honestly. 281. I wonder why we're short. Is it honestly still just, is somebody messing up? I think it's not as if there's only one factory game that everybody has to choose to play. You get to play both games, and we can enjoy both games. Factorio is better at Satisfactory than in many ways, and Satisfactory is better than Factorio in many other ways. So it doesn't really matter. And I don't think that you or I or anybody really has is in a position where we can decide you know, which of those ways outweigh the other. I know plenty of people that really do not like Factorio and love Satisfactory, and I know the opposite, and I know people that love both equally, so it's kind of a silly conversation, actually, in my opinion. I honestly, I think this is working. I'm just wondering if this is an average. I don't know. I've never really used this before. This is brand new. I'm not sure that I trust its accuracy. I think if we get 100% on all these, then I would trust that more. Let's see, do we pop yellow? Let's speed up the manifold process because I don't want to be here forever. Oh, that's gonna make double the water. Ooh, interesting problem with the summer sloops. Hey, actually, that's an idea. You could actually make net zero water in a blueprint with a summer sloop. That's an idea. I don't think I would want to use 4 summer sloops in a blueprint or whatever, but that's actually, we better pull that out. That's going to mess up the water recycling, and that's one of the things we're testing. But I never thought of that. That's actually a good idea. Basically, you need a little bit of water to jumpstart the system. But if you would put 2 summer sloops in and overclock, you could probably make a blueprint that was net zero water. Each game has its ups and downs. Also, each game has its preferences. This is going up. I think this is working. I would like to see this at 100%. But honestly, I think this test is fine. I think we're good. Don't let chat distract me. Well, I mean, this is a live stream. I always try to interact with the people that are watching. Besides, I was waiting for this to spin all the way up. Honestly, I think we're good here. This is working. I'm gonna call this a win. Let's pack up. Let's move on to the next blueprint. How long have we been going? 4.5 hours, and we've only completed 1 blueprint. And I was stupid and said it was the easy blueprint. Because I can't help myself. But I can tell you this. The blueprint that I was planning on using as a copy, as a starting place for the blueprints 2 and 3, has squished lifts in it. So, yeah. We'll have to see how this goes. Clearly, some versions of squishing is fine. Other versions are not fine. I'll have to figure out which ones are which. But we'll find out together, and I will try to contain my uncontainable rage. All right. What's the fastest way to get up there? A train? Actually, no. We'll take a train to the spiral. And then we'll get off the train. Ooh, you're braking. Ah, I got treed. Are we backing up over there? No. I am gonna have to stick 2 more trains in this line here. Like round trip. Hold on, guys. Something's happening. Nope. my family members know what I do on Friday nights, and sometimes I don't understand why they text me. I'm not going to answer. I miss the rain too. In fact, I kind of, when I had my thoughts about this cyberpunk city, it was gonna be raining. I don't know. Again, Factorio is awesome. I really enjoyed it, but you can't do shit like this in Factorio. You can do other things with a huge scale that you can't do here. All right, let's clear this. So it just depends on what kind of things that you enjoy. Plus, over personally, the fact that Factorio Studios is do it for me. Well, I like it too. I mean, there's lots of 2D or semi 2D factory games that out there, and they're fun. The first factory game I ever played was Mindustry, and that was a lot of fun. And I mean, here's the deal. So the day I decided to play Satisfactory, I bought both Satisfactory and Factorio, and basically I rolled the dice on which one I played first, and it just so happened that it was Satisfactory. Otherwise, you know, I would be a Factorio main. Now I have played and beaten Factorio on the channel, and so I can, you know, I think I can speak on it. I beat Space Age. I didn't do all the things that I wanted to do. I didn't take it to like the nth degree like I'm trying to here, but still I think that I have a pretty decent understanding on it. Thank you for the follow, Silent. I appreciate it. Yeah, I agree. It's apples to oranges. There's no comparison. So I think what we wanted to start with, and we may be asking for trouble here, but we need to figure out how much these lift restrictions, how far these go, right? Yeah, I don't think that I would be able to build this again. I mean, I don't think this crushing here, I mean, that might be okay. This one's definitely not okay. This one it works now, it will not work. So if I delete this or move it or anything, it's not gonna work. But I do believe that this is working. I think this connection exists right now. See, and the reason that I know the connection exists is because I cannot connect to it. This is connecting to this. So if I take this connection away, there is no free connection here. That connection's that one over there. So I know that, and there's no free connection here, right? So I know that this is connected to that. And that's how we're gonna have to test these, whether or not they work, because you used to be able to just, until last week, you used to be able to just, if you hear, you know, when you hear the crunch, you're there. Okay, not anymore. Now you may hear the crunch, but you are no longer there. All right, so which one are we gonna do? Let's do. How many assemblers do we have here? 3. I think 3 is actually a good, the correct number. And then this is a foundry. Can we stick a foundry where the 2 smelters are? Yes. And we only need 1. That'll be fine. We're looking at purple. We're looking at everything purple. Everything in this box. This is going to be a 3-to-1 because we're going to build 1 blender on the top. So this is roughly 3-to-1. We're going to make extra aluminum casing. No. A bunch of aluminum casing goes down here. This is like a 1-to-1. All right, let's lay it out outside of the blueprint, and then over here, like we did here, so that we know what we're dealing with. This is actually a really easy blueprint. We could probably do it in the small one. Oh, damn it, I forgot. We can't work on this yet. We have some stuff to do here. Have I used Modeler since? I don't need Modeler. I don't think Modeler does anything that I need. We forgot the lights. 30 RCU a minute. More than that. A lot more than that. That's just the extra. We're making 76.5 radio control units a minute. But it's not that big of a deal. It'll be fine. It's just 17 blueprints. I mean, once you design the blueprint, who cares if you build it 10 more times or 20 more times? Doesn't matter. It's just sourcing the materials. But we've already sourced most of them. Or not most of them, some of them. Okay, so we're gonna do teal lights. Here, what walkways can we build? We've really taken up the entirety of the space here. Can we do any walkways at all? Can I have any fun with my catwalks? I mean, we can run a catwalk across the top. Can't really run it in the middle because of the pipe. What if we'll put the catwalks in first? Come on. Oh, get on top. I mean, I guess I have vertical nudge now, right? Okay. That height is good. What if we do 1, 2, 3, 4? What if we do something like I always anchor my blueprints or my catwalks like that so that I know that if I take them to the ground, they line up perfectly. If I were to lock them to like one of these other areas like this to start them, then when if I need to take it to the ground to like go up to it the first time, like on the end of my line, everything's all jacked up. So that's why I did that and took the time to do it that way. All right, and then what if we do a little something like... Ooh, thank you, nudging. We were not able to do this before. All right, and then I hide it by going like this. And like this. And like this. And like that. And then we are center. Oh. And then can we fit one up here for funsies? We can. We just have to do this. I think I did that, right? All right, that's pretty slick. I like that. Okay, so our rule over here was catwalk lights were teal and under wall or under ceiling lights were purple, but that was in a teal building, so we're gonna switch them. Hey, Ray. You make good use of the priority merger to merge recycled water back into the system. How are you using a priority merger for solids for recycled water? I think I'm missing something from you. Small billboard, we're gonna copy. Actually, we didn't even need to do that really, right? Yeah, we can probably go like this. I mean, it'd be nicer if we had an edge, but we do one back here. I think we could do one back here. Right here. And then we'll make our blueprint, not blueprint, but we'll make our under I don't like that. I'm afraid that because I started it outside the blueprint maker, that it was gonna bug for me. So I'm fine with this. All right, I like that. I like it. And then we need to do one down here. Go. All right, and now everywhere with one of these gets a purple. And then, yep. Same old, I think. We do this. And then let's sample the purple. Package. Oh, you package it? Recycled out. Package main water in, recycled out, package. That's a lot. That's interesting. I just did this. This is my recycling system. So, only 150 water goes in here. And we make 150 water here. Well, we only need 150 water when you subtract, you know, the need versus the gain here. Does that make sense? So if we look at it, this is 187.5 and this is 112.5. 187.5. Sorry. 187.5 minus 112.5 is 75. And we have 2 of them, so that's 150. So I'm gonna put 150 water in here, and this will recycle perfectly. You had a very eventful night all of a sudden after you disappeared. Well, what happened? Are you like an engineer, an architect by trade? Are you something because you're entirely too good at this game? I'm not anything. I'm just a guy. What I do for work is I do a lot of Excel for work. I write analyses. I'm a consultant. But I've had many jobs. I'm a licensed realtor. I used to flip houses. I own my own business. I drove Lyft for a while. I'm an amateur investor. I have taken a lot of math. I was going to be a computer engineer, but I dropped out. I have a degree in economics, but I do have a math focus. So we had a focus in econometrics, so regressions and stuff like that. So the math is not a problem ever for me. And I did take a lot of science. I didn't finish the engineering degree, but I could have. And I always wonder, you know, if I could have done well as a civil engineer or whatever. I think that's pretty, I'm pretty confident that I could have, for sure. All right, let's figure this out here. Where's our line? This is always a little bit tricky. Not there. We're just gonna let what did we do here? I mean, we built this. I did the other version. Yeah, I did. This is the kind of catwalk light that I did in the other one. I mean, that's no wall. That's the no wall version. I'm okay with this, honestly. I think this looks fine. We did this in the freaking rocket fuel factory, so I'm okay with this. It's different. I'm okay with different. It's the no wall version. We're a little tight here. What comes through here? Ingots. What if we go, shoot. What if we go up 2? Give us a little bit more room to party. I like to party. I'm gonna be real. Most things in my life, if I have enough time to practice, I can get pretty good at it. I've practiced this a lot. So Not everything, but I think that's true for pretty much everybody. If you practice enough at something, you'll be good at it. Now, I have a lot of experience with Excel, and I have a lot of experience solving certain problems. Okay, and so yes, that is definitely true. I solve crazy, stupid problems for work all the time, and that helps. And I'm sure I could have had a career as an engineer. Maybe I'd be make a lot more money. Maybe if I made that money, I wouldn't feel like I should make a YouTube channel, right? Maybe if I did this for a living, I would have never played Satisfactory, because who wants to take their work home? I'd love to be able to stick a light there, but I think we're gonna let that go. Get rid of this. Nice. I'm a software engineer, but I always get bogged down in the design over the math. Looks like you have a good grasp of both in this game. Well, I get bogged down too. Sometimes I get pissed off too. I'm gonna call you Mako. Good morning, Mr. Ken. Dang, that blueprint looks optimized. There's some issues with it, but it's functional. It's functional. And he looks pretty cool. I like his orientation of his smokestacks. I like his color design. He looks sick. All right, he's done. He's finally done. We're gonna build 16 of this guy. All right. Now back to what the hell we were doing before I forgot that we needed to do that. So we're gonna take one that we already have and we're gonna adapt it. But the first thing we're gonna do, let's take again a look at this. All I want to do is get one Dune purple, one blender's worth for a fused modular frame. All right, the input's easy. One of these inputs is easy. It's coming from the other factory. The other input is also easy. It's the effing nitrogen. Okay, easy. Where? Oh, I want to get. Sad. Okay, 155.63. Here, let's do this. No, I can't do that. I'm in paint. 155.63 and 2947.5. 29.47.5, 155.63. 2947.5. 155.63. Is that right? 2947.5. I have it in the spreadsheet. 2947.5, and the other one is now 15563. Yep. Okay, so we're trying to do this. We have to make the alkyd casing. We need a foundry, an assembler, and a blender. That's it. A blender, an assembler, and a foundry. And maybe a couple of those, but let's find out. It's MCO. MCO. Sorry, I don't know what the little guy on the top of the E is. I think that's MCO. I got a text from my fiance that my daughter was jumping on her bed and fell. She has a little gash in her head next to her eye and hitting the bed frame. And then after dropping a coworker off at their house on my way home, I got pulled over by a sheriff. My dad like his parent been out, warranted a fix-it ticket and court date early in the morning. Not tomorrow, fortunately, but in a couple weeks. Well, yeah, I mean, you get the fix-it ticket. Well, I don't know how it works in your state. But I just fixed it. Well, I got one once. I just fixed it, and then I I flagged down an officer and had him sign it off. Then I didn't have to go to court. And I don't even think I had to pay. But maybe you're in a different situation. So this is pretty straightforward. Okay. That's coming in from an input from the steel factory. The nitrogen gas is coming in from an input directly in, so it's easy. Aluminum casing. Okay, the aluminum casing, we need 50. So we're gonna take this, we're gonna go to the aluminum casing, and we're gonna dial this down to 50. All right, the aluminum ingots we can pull in from our bus line. Remember, that's the blueprint we just finished. It makes the aluminum ingots, so we get that already. And then the copper ingots, we need 33 1/3 per minute. In order to get, no, not 75 per minute. What is wrong with me? The doctors do not know yet. What is going on? Did I hit numlock? Did I fat finger numlock? I fat fingered numlock, guys. All right, so still a stupid number for clock speed, but an even number for these, which I would much rather have. So this is correct, 50 copper ingots. So if we're gonna do copper alloy ingot, is that the recipe that we have? Copper alloy ingot is what we've decided we're using. And we want, so this is gonna be 50% because we only need 50. This is the entirety of the blueprint. This is it. I'm actually kind of loath to use this fat boy. This is gonna take up a bunch of space that we don't need. We could shrink it. I mean, we can use this. We can use this. The S sound instead of the E sound. Meh. Mco. E sound. Mco. Mco. Emco. Mco. Oh, the accent makes the S sound instead of the E sound. Got it. Why not use the default? Why not pure iron ingot? Because I think this is more efficient. It's actually probably the same efficiency, but you have less machines. So here, let's take a look. Let's answer that question. All right, so we need 100 copper ingots, right? We're making copper ingots. This is why. That equates to this. So I have to build 18 of these in the factory, and they're going to be spread across different blueprints. Actually going to be more than 18 because some of these are underclocked. But a totality of 18. I would have to build 3 1/3 times more than 18. Because this is 3 1/3 times more than this. The pure one with water. Well, then I have to move water up to my city. I'm definitely not doing that. If I And honestly, that's the way that most alternate recipes are. They're individual to your, actually, I don't even have it unlocked. They're individual to your needs. Moving water into my city is a pain in the ass, and I want to do it the least amount possible. I'm not going to use any pure recipes. I much rather, because I have to put them in a train, I have to pump them up. I don't like dealing with water ever if I can handle it. I will never purposefully use a water recipe for any of that if I don't have to. Sometimes you can't avoid it. I have to use water for aluminum, so we're pumping water. Now, I could have packaged the water, but that's a whole nother problem. Okay, I've done that before too. That's a legitimate way to do it for sure. But why do that when I can just move the? I mean, what am I going to do? Save on copper or iron ingots? We have an infinity amount of that. You know what I mean? But let's take a look at the recipe. But I think it's a preference, and I think it's a individual need that you have. Pure copper ingot. It's 37.5. I mean, I don't think it's a good recipe necessarily. I mean, look, you're getting more. That's fine. But I mean, look, if you're in a part of the map that has water and doesn't have enough copper ore, and you need to get more ingots out of it than ore, sure. It's not a good recipe. Is not the right way to say that. My needs are, I want to build as few machines as possible. This isn't necessary. I don't want to get more for my copper ore. Okay, because what do I have to do? I have to deal with water. So it doesn't make sense. 37.5 when this mother makes 100, right? That's what? 3? 2.5? I have to build 2.5 refineries for every one of these. I don't want to do that. I just build one foundry and no water. That's an easy win for me. But maybe not for you, and that's totally fine. But that's why not. Okay, this is all we need. This is really easy. So let's shrink this. Let's shrink this. First of all, let's save this. I don't like this. We're gonna clear. We're gonna put down a layer of beautiful foundations. When I designed those blueprints, I forgot to do this, and it caused a lot of problems. It didn't cause problems. It's just not the way I prefer to do them. All right, we're gonna save this as Mercury City Tower. We are making, what are we making? We're making the advanced heavy modular frames. What are they called? I'm already getting tired, boys. Not great. Fused modular frames. Fused FM. Let's just do fused modular frames. One blender for fused modular frames. BP Mark II. We're gonna go with actually, let's go ahead and do what we're making here. I think that is probably better than the machine. We don't need to set the direct here. We're going to be saving it over so much. All right. Now you, sir, we're going to build, if we can fit you. Really? Well, that's disappointing. 2 more missing resources. This is partially overlapping the blueprint designer, but can we not build this because we have missing resources? No, we can build it. It's not a height issue. What is causing the problem? Can I delete what's the overage? The walls? Is it the walls? I bet you it's these side walls. Let's do this. Let's load it and make a change. I bet you it's the side walls. Sorry, YouTube chat bugged. 1 second. But I shouldn't have to pay anything at all. It was just a dumb thing to have to deal with tonight. So I didn't have to pay for the ticket. I didn't pay the ticket. I don't know about your state again, but it was like, hey, fix this. If you don't fix it, then you pay. I fixed it, and then I flagged down a cop, and I was like, hey, I fixed this. Can you sign my ticket? He's like, yep. I didn't pay a dime. Water package, train and package water. Yeah, I've played that game. I packaged and unpackaged 31,200 water per minute. I did that in my update 8 playthrough. I'm never doing that again. I've done my time, boys. I've packaged more water than you can possibly imagine. Back in my day, we had to package 31,200 packaged water per minute. I've put my time in. We're gonna be we're never doing that again. Temp. Okay, we're gonna resave this. We're not gonna mess with our other friend, but we're gonna see if we delete these walls. If it works. I don't want to save over the other blueprint, especially now that the squishy lifts are weird. Last thing I want. What? This is the bug. If they had fixed this bug, I would have given up the squishy lifts. I would have given up the squishy lifts if they fixed this bug. Is it gonna do it again? Yes. So this designer is bugged. Let's try it again. What it's doing is when I go to build the blueprint, as a ghost blueprint, it resets what's being loaded in the blueprint maker. See, this is what I wanted. All right, it was the walls. All right, I can handle that. I can handle that. All right, let's give ourselves 1 meter there. It's probably fine. Okay, so the reason that I want to use this is because there's a lot of infrastructure already built in for this, and I don't want to do it twice, right? I just want to adapt and overcome. I did right side. If we do left side, it's gonna work better. Let me load the left side. Let me load the left side one. I just picked one randomly. I did two designs. I did a right side and a left side so that I could make them go back to back. Does this even have the walls on it? It does. Let's save this one as temp. Select the walls. Clear. Load. Build left side temp. All right, so because the blender has yeah, he's right here. I should have kept the it's okay. Yeah, I like this. But we have to be able to get we have to, in order to use the, oh yeah, perfect. All right, this works, and then we'll just tweak. We'll tweak. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. Well, yeah, it kind of does. You know what I wish they had? I wish they had a different. I wish they had an end of catwalk piece. That would be nice. Yeah, fuse modular frame. I'll figure out the power in a second. I like how those lined up. That was handy. We're gonna chop this side off. All of this goes. This is a nice blueprint. I spent a lot of time on this. There's a lot of moving pieces and stationary pieces. Hold on. This beautiful. This blueprint. This blueprint's so beautiful. It's making me cry. All right. Yeah, I mean, we can't have this. I wonder if there's a way that I can fake it. Fake an end run piece. I could go like this. And then I could go like this. Now that we can nudge these. There's my faked piece. All right, that's gonna give me a seizure. Is there a better way to do that? I don't know if there is. What if we build a barrier? Or what about a modern railing? Ooh, why didn't I think of that before? That's way better. Did somebody say that? Yeah, MCO just said, isn't there another fence? It's way better. Silly kin. That looks amazing. I can't believe I didn't think of that. All right. Now we got to deal with this. But I think we take it one at a time and we notch him in. Yeah, that's, you're not gonna like this. Sir, you're not gonna like this. But we have the technology. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Mm, 45 degree, not working correctly. You a pain in my butt. You sticking up? Nope, you're not. All right. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh no. Sad. I used the wrong one for reference. The nudge is not working. That's wrong too, because it's this one. This nudge should work. Yep. But that kind of looks like garbage. What if we just go straight up? What if we stop trying to be a genius? We'll let this one be curved. Actually, they can probably just both go straight up. We can, and honestly, yeah, because we only need one. All right, let's focus on the machines real quick. So let's do this one. And actually, we really need to just build it here so we can save on this front space. Let's pull out all this shit. All of this gook. We don't need you. I hope. All right, let's make sure you work. Now I'm gonna be paranoid about all this shit, you know? Didn't work. That did not work. Let's look at this again, ladies and gentlemen. Watch and be disgusted. Can you hear? That used to mean that they would connect. Now, it doesn't. Now, this is fine. I don't mind doing this. The problem is that if you squish it too much, this option is no longer there. So what it's essentially done is it has ended our ability to squish this inside. Most of the time that doesn't matter. This time it doesn't matter, but sometimes it does. And the times that it does irritate me. Now, I don't know why this doesn't work. This should work. Okay, it's making the clicking noise. Hopefully it's a bug, and hopefully they fix it. Hopefully it's just a bug. By the way, we're going to copy and paste. This crap out of here. Get this out of here. All right, Foundry. This pole's in the way. I wonder. What if we did something like this? What button, fat fingers? I missed, huh? Yeah. Because we don't need that other input. We just need one liquid, or gas in this case. So then what if I go like this and we buy a little bit of space? Let's put you there. Let's delete you. resample you. Now let's see if this will work. Sounds like it'll work. And it does. No, it doesn't. Wait, yeah, it does. So it looks like from a floor hole it worked. Let's try it from without using a floor hole. Let's just use this and just go straight through. That did not work. All right, so it looks like if we use a floor hole, in some cases, we should be able to continue to squish. Let's try it. Let's do an aggressive squish. I missed. I will answer. I see you, Ilob Mert. I will answer you shortly, okay? That's an aggressive. It looked like that. It looks like this worked. It looks like this works. So the squish is on, perhaps, as long as you use a floor hole. I actually am okay with that. Now, it'll be a little uglier in most cases because if I don't want to use a floor hole, then, and I'm used to using a, I can handle this. I can handle this, guys. We're okay. We're gonna be okay. All right, so what is the purpose of the system? So this blueprint right here is part of a larger factory. We're actually designing this purple blueprint. The color is not, is independent of the lights that we're gonna be putting on it. Is it broken off the conveyor belt? Wouldn't it work if the conveyor belt was belted to the machine? I'm gonna try, Dylan. I don't know if I know what you're saying, but that whatever it is, that gave me an idea. But basically, I love Mert that this is part of a larger factory that we're building. We've finished the orange one today. We're doing the blue one, the purple one, and then the green, and then the red. And we're trying to get all of these ready tonight so that tomorrow night we can start building these blueprints in succession correctly in our factory. So we are pre-making blueprints that cover 95% of all machines that we need to build in the factory itself. MCO, I started building something hexagonal. Getting things to align is harder than expected. Yes, it is, and it's because silly things start happening. It happened to me. Silly things start happening when you start doing this stuff, right? Are you running into this problem? Is this what you're running into? And that's because when you do something on a diagonal, it stops being lined up because the way triangles work. Obviously a hypotenuse has to be a different side than, you know, the base and the height, right? And so if your base and your height are the edges, it's just not going to be any aligned any longer. I'd assume that making a hexagonal blueprint will allow me to align my one of the sides. No, because it goes center to center. Yeah, no, the way blueprint aligning works, it goes center mass. Well, not center mass, but if you take the like, let's say you have a weird shaped blueprint, right? You have something that goes like this and like this, right? And like this. It's going to draw a box around this. Like exactly. And then your center point is going to be here, or more precisely here, and then your blueprints are going to line up there when you go in blueprint mode. And then if you take another blueprint and your other blueprint has a completely different shape, right? Your other blueprint looks like this. It's going to do the same thing, and it's going to do the same thing here and here, and you're going to get your center point. And then what it'll do is when you go one on top of the other, it'll line them up like this. It lines center point to center point of each side's shape based on the surface area that side presents. The weird thing, it does align in one direction but not in all. Well, it could be because of being on the diagonal there. But that's how that works. It doesn't align like this. It doesn't align like that or like that or like that. It's literally center on center. So, you know, imagine that this blueprint is actually this size, right? It's still center on center. This is actually how I built my twisty tower. I took advantage of that fact, and I was able to build this using the blueprint center to center align modes. Yeah, well, this is the packed blueprint. This was a very, very complicated blueprint that, by the way, I'm not 100% sure we could build right now, although it is nice to know. Well, actually, like this one right here, I don't know if this one would work. This one might work. I think we could probably fit a belt in there. Which ones wouldn't work right now? This one wouldn't work unless we put maybe if we put a floor hole here, maybe I could have gotten this one to work. But they've changed. There's a bug or there's a change in how these connect. So this is actually one of my most compact blueprints I've ever made. We're actually adapting that to this one, which is much less compact. All right, so I was gonna try something. Let's try this. So you were saying like this, right, Dylan? Can't be nudged. What if it's just the... Do I just have a bad... I think I just have a bad placement. Yeah, sorry. I just had a bad placement. That was dumb. All right, did this work? This worked. Dylan, nice call. Nice call. I like it. So that worked because it had something to connect to. All right, so it sounds to me like this cannot be open-ended. Okay, when it was only this, let's confirm. Only this. Yep, it doesn't work. Okay. All right, guys, let's go over this. We'll make let's make a final short on this. Let's work through. Where are we gonna work here? Somewhere where we can see. Let's make a little bench. I think I have a final call on this, and we're gonna make a little content on this. And I want to see it all at once, and I want to show you guys. All right, we're gonna do 3 versions. Okay, and then we're gonna go. Yeah, my bad, that's off. Yep. Okay. We do get rid of this. Let's put Alright, everybody's gonna have stators. So we have a visual. Change our light. Should I do round 2? I should. Wish I had more space. These are the squished versions. All right, let's make sure that these work the way I think they will. Yep. All right, I got this shit figured out. It took one stream. I'm not upset anymore because now I understand it's not a black box, and I know how to work around it. Okay. Yeah, now it makes sense why the box height worked. Yeah, because I had it hooked up I had built I just so happened to build the belt on the post, and I didn't on the other. That's all. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's talk about this. All right, so 1.1 has been out for about, what, a week and a half? And there's been some changes made to how the squished lifts work. Except that's not entirely accurate. Really, what the change has been made to, and it could be a bug and it could be fixed in the future, but really what the change has been made to is how a lift connects to a machine or a splitter or a merger. In this case, we're going to test against a machine. Now, how a lift connects to the machine affects how squished lifts work, because now things are not always auto-connecting when you hear the click, and we're going to go over that. Okay, and so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over a situation where it doesn't work. I've got 6 assemblers here, and each assembler is full of stators. So when it connects, we're going to see the stators go up the lift. This is an example of what used to work that now no longer works. Again, let's take a look at the top. We have a post here, and I'm going to connect a lift. And if you listen, you can hear a click. Here's the problem. When we build it, no stators come out. Now, this is a pretty easy fix, actually, because we can just build a belt here. Now the stators come out, everything's connected. The problem lies when you try to do this same thing with a squished lift. So now we're going to build this. And again, before 1.1, you can hear the click. But just like our friend across the way here, no stators go up. Here's the problem. Because these are out of line and behind each other, not the case here, this one was in front of this one. Now this connection is behind this one. We actually cannot manually put the belt in. So this squished lift is broken. The good news is, and trust me, I was pretty upset when I found this out. The good news is there are 2 workarounds to get squished lifts to work. So first, we'll do the non-squished version. All we have to do is connect a belt to the lift on the beginning side. Now, it works. First time. And you can check, these connections won't work. The same is true with a floor hole. You can do it with a floor hole. Floor hole works. Again, no need to build this. It made the connection. So if we do the same thing over here on our squished versions, we connect. This should work, and we can continue. It's full of stators, the squished lift tactics. Same here with the floor hole. And it's working. So really what I think is happening is if you have some way on the other end to force a direction, whether it's a belt, well, actually, it can't be that because this floor hole actually doesn't force a direction. So I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you this is not enough. A conveyor pole alone is not enough. It looks like a belt attached to a conveyor pole is, and a conveyor lift floor hole is, even if you don't have the top in. I didn't have the top in and it still worked. All right, so if you were using squished lifts, now there may be some issues, some instances where you're in a position where you can't use either this trick or that trick, where you could only use this trick before. And in those instances, and they probably exist, the squished lift in that sense probably will not work. I'm thinking of like if you're too close to, maybe if you're too close to a machine. Let's try this. Let's do another one that I just thought of that needs to be tested. Yep, it works. So this is good. Most people use splitters and mergers. Well, some people use splitters and mergers to set their anchor point for a squished lift. So that still works. Again, I think it's just these basic dead conveyor pulls. Let's try, I think I know what this is gonna be, but let's go ahead and try one more thing here. Stackable conveyor pull. Let's try this. I think my guess is this will not work. Yep. So the stackable conveyor pull is treated exactly the same as the regular conveyor pull. Now one more test. Let's put a belt on him. My guess is this will work. And it does. So this is what it is. I don't know if this is a bug that is going to be fixed. The part that is a bug for me, even if there's a technological reason that I don't understand because I'm dumb, that we can no longer ever have this again. What absolutely needs to be fixed is the click. This is making an indication that it is connected, and this is what is throwing bug alarms off in my and many players' heads. If it doesn't connect, do not make the click sound. Okay, don't snap. Okay, because it's snapping and it's making the click sound, which indicates that it is going to form a connection, but that connection is not forming. So we either need to form the connection to fix that disjointed sound and action with the result, or we need to remove the sound and locking that we have if it's not gonna connect, because it's just confusing. So hopefully one way or another, and honestly I don't care, my problem is the discrepancy between those two. I think if they fix it either way, I'm gonna be happy, man. Right now, I will say I am fairly happy enough knowing that there's a workaround. And so that's why I wanted to make this quick video and get it out, just in case people are having some confusion on this. And again, there's probably many versions of how you may use squished lifts that this may affect that I'm not going over here, but I hope that I went over enough of the basic concept that you can take this and apply it to what you're building. And by the way, there was some talk, I think, about their use in blueprints. I don't know how this does or does not affect in blueprints. I haven't tested that enough, but I think if the connection was made before 1.1, the connection is still there. If you were to delete it and try to rebuild it, you know, like in this case here, if this was connected before in 1.1, then I think it's fine. But if you delete it and try to reconnect it, it won't work. So I think if it's existing in a blueprint or it existing in your factory, my guess is it's probably fine. I haven't gone through and checked all my connections, but I haven't seen any massive failures this week. So, and I use squish lifts a lot. So there you go. We just found this out literally in the last hour, and I wanted to put this together in one piece so I could make a video for it and get it out. All right. Hopefully we get this fixed. All right, we're back to work. I'm going to have Minikin make this video. We're gonna do it out of order, and we're gonna get this video up as fast as we can, probably in the next day or two. because we're hopefully we were recording that whole time. We were. So if you don't know, and if you just started watching me, I pretty much exclusively live stream, and making videos and live streaming is not something that I really have time to do. But live streaming alone isn't really a good way to grow your channel. And so what I've been doing lately is cutting shorter videos, shorter content from my live streams. And so basically what I did live is just record a video that we're going to put up in the next couple days, and hopefully that will help people. Okay, so we have figured out what we need to figure out for this for ourselves, and we can continue working the program. All right, now actually, you know what I really want to do is I don't want to build this here. I want to build him center. So something like this maybe. And let's get the foundry in, and then we'll move the belts. I want the foundry because we're only doing one foundry and one assembler down here. Anyway, Dylan, I really appreciate you helping with that. There was some good, you were asking some good little side questions. Ooh, did that just happen to line up? Oh my God, sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Now, in theory, this should work, even if it was squishy squish. That did work. Now, are we going to be able to make our right hand turn? No, that's going to be too tight. And you're going to be in the way. I could do a dreaded floor hole. What if we do this instead? Perfect. All right. Oh my gosh. I'm a silly man. I'm a silly man. Copper goes into the back of this. Doesn't go into there like that. I forgot. I'm sorry. I was too distracted with our major findings. Is that not on the ground? The feet aren't touching. Who's not on the ground? The foundry is not on the ground. Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Alright. Are you still not on the ground? Now that actually looks okay. I'm looking at the box. It's a build box, right? The white box. And the white box is on the ground, even though the feet look like they're off the ground. Okay. Well, that's fine. As long as I can do, you know, this kind of shenanigans, I'm fine with it. All right, so how about a little bit of this, and a little bit of that, and a little bit of this. Yeah. Actually, we'll do you even one better. Let's do you out here. And let's go ahead. Our posts are right in the middle, and they need to be here. Actually, no, they can be here. Okay, and then boom, boom. Christian Heaton, morning from Sweden. Good morning. This is aluminum ingots. This also needs to be purple. This is purple. This is Purple Town. Your kind's not welcome here. All right, do we want to try a squishy lift? We want to try to put this in practice. 1 2 1 2. All right, so let's put the belt in place. What the hell is going on? Oh, you're on a half nudge? No, we're not doing that. I don't do half nudges anymore. We're not playing this game, sir. No half nudges for you. I don't remember putting him on half nudge, to be honest with you. But there's something funky going on with the seating of him. Oh, I went half nudge so they lined up. No half nudges. And I screwed up. Okay, you look like you're on the ground. That looks correct. And yeah, we are now free at last. All right, that's fine. Put this back. Okay, no half nudges here. 1 2. All right, so we're gonna try. This is a pretty extreme squish because we're squishing him vertically, and we are squishing him in both directions. And how do we tell if he worked? We tell if he worked if we can we know he works. He works beautifully. And honestly, even if he didn't work, we have enough room to do a manual connection if the weird shit stopped happening. So squish lifts work, of course. I just went over it, but what doesn't work is the auto connection of squish lifts, at least in the same manner. 1 2. Okay, so let's do a test here. Well, that's not a yeah, see, didn't work. Okay, well, it was the wrong direction, so let's see if this worked. I'm not sure. That might have worked, actually. Maybe because it was a belt? I'm not sure on that one. But in our case, if we rebuild it, we know that it works. So that's the best solution for us. So we're gonna go copper ore. Not 4. Let's do iron ore and then copper ore. That way it's alphabetical. I have CDO. You are... Ooh, actually, you can't go there. We need space for the... pipe. So get rid of you and instead build you. You are fused modular frames. Also purple. You are nitrogen. And now how are we gonna pipe this nitrogen? Luckily it's a gas and not a liquid, so we have a lot more freedom here. Here we are once again, my morning coffee, and you haven't been to bed yet. Well, I just got started. I mean, not really, but kind of. I've been going for 6 hours. I've been known as going as long as 12 hours on a Friday night. However, I probably won't quite make it that far tonight because I'm going to my nephew's birthday party tomorrow. My brother, who will probably be in Ashes of Creation. Ooh, we got a little whiskey left. An Ashes of Creation guildmate of ours. If anybody's going to play with me, he plays MMOs. He's actually been in the channel and chatted. His son is 1. He is the only other source of grandchildren for my parents, other than me. It was a heavy burden, but I rose to the occasion. All right, how are we going to feed this liquid in? We got to get this. Switch to the liquid toolbar. We got to get this bad boy into one of these holes. You know, honestly, that's pretty close. Obviously, our thing is in the way, which we don't like. But could we perhaps find an alternate routing? What if we switched these? What if I went boom, and I went boom, 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 and instead of this, we went up to here, and we lined it up correctly. That'd be nice. And we did this action. And then we did this action. And then are you gonna let me switch? No, you dirty dog. Then we did that action, and then okay, so now we're not going to be directly in the way. What if we go on the ground? Come around. And remember, this is a gas, not a liquid. I would never do this with a liquid. Well, I might, but I'm not going to. 2. What does this look like? What does it look like from this direction? Close. We're off by 1 at least. Okay, so all we have to do is come up. 1, 2, 3. How about just 2? All right, and so if we're gonna stay there, we have an open hole there. Then let's go 1, 2. And then can we have something nice? Wow, some of this is a little wackadoo. The reason that I didn't want to go any higher is because it would clip into this part up here, but I'm happy with coming down this low. Still not the best. Ooh. Is that clippy? I can't tell. Yeah, kinda. Yeah, kinda. Alright, I'm okay with this. Chrome. I'm sorry, I'm not okay with this. I've changed my mind. Oh, auto 2D. You failed me. All right. So now what? Now we can chop this. Again, this. Ooh, you suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. Yep. So we are shrinking this blueprint because we don't want anything greater than it needs to be. Larger than it needs to be. Because we're going to build, you know, several of these. And, you know, an extra foundation or a foundation and a half, I think in this case, in 2 dimensions. That adds up to a lot of extra surface area, and I think we have enough room, you know, in our factory, but let's not make a blueprint larger than it needs to be, you know? I think that would be silly. Silly. I'm an MMO lover, but I'm still only cautiously optimistic about Ashes. Well, yeah, I totally understand that. And, you know, luckily you're going to get to see firsthand from my stream. But I totally get it, you know, especially since you have to pay for the alpha, which I understand why you have to do that as well. But I also fully understand if somebody isn't ready to do that. And honestly, if somebody isn't ready, they shouldn't. Because it's an alpha. So, you know, all good. Now we're going to get rid of these upper sources of and I feel like I'm going to be saying what I just said a lot when I actually start streaming it. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's going to be rough. You know, it's alpha. It's not even like early access, right? Like it's going to be rough. Let's not do it this way. Let's build it here and here. We have some different color problems here. Let's keep with the black. What was this? Carbon steel? It's probably carbon steel. Yeah, it definitely was. We can keep the carbon steel. I don't have a problem with that. And then every 2. This one's a little off. Delete those, and we'll do a 3 in the middle. Your first MMO is Anarchy Online. Let's see the launch date on that. I'm not familiar with that. I know I've heard of it. Oh boy, check this out. You beat me by 2 years. I was definitely gaming in 2001, but in terms of my first MMO, you beat me by 2 years. Let's see, did I play an MMO before then? No, I don't think so. I knew of EverQuest, and but I didn't play it. What was I playing at that time? I was playing I was playing Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds in November 2001. I played a lot. I played, and then I played the clone campaigns. Yeah. I really wanted to like Star Wars Galaxies, but I hated it. I liked it. I liked it before they made all the sweeping changes. But I didn't know any better. The crafting was awesome for sure. I really liked how they did the crafting. The rest, you know, combat and everything. Obviously, it's just an old game now. You know, but nostalgia play is fun. All right, so we need to do power hookups. There is some power in here somewhere. Yikes. I don't like that. Nope, don't like that. Where are you? I'm not used to the blender. That looks good. Now, where is the connection? You're in here somewhere? Can we join forces? No, we'll look like absolute hot garbage if we do that. That's not doing anything anymore. What if I cross the streams here and come up? And now can we go over without? Almost. So we have to take that upper line here. Right there. In order to fully hide the wire over the light. All right, so this guy goes back here. That corner gets deleted. And then this guy goes here. No, I missed. I missed. Oh, and I built two. Combat was like playing The Sims. When did you play it? Did you play it before the combat upgrade or after? Like, did you play it like launch day? Or did you play it like after it got like really popular, like had the expansions and stuff? All right, let's put a wall here. Concrete. I will put a wall there to hide our friend, Mr. Clippy. Okie Sooner called me Mr. Clippy right when I was having a meltdown about me not being able to figure out the squished lifts. Okie Sooner is an instigator. I don't like this. I do not like it. I do not like green eggs and ham. We just let it sit like this. Or what about this? Or what if we move it be in the square? Oh, let's just do that. What am I? Okay, that's way better. Are we set? And then what's our clocking? This is a full clock. I don't think we've done any clocking. So we need 75 per minute aluminum casing. So we come down here and we set this. No, we did 75 per minute. And okay, copper alloy ingots. We need 50 copper per minute and 50 per minute. Let's connect here, I guess. And here, I guess. And then you're out of the herd. Let's do a halfie. And save, and let me catch up on chat. You played on release? I got you. Angle it in away from the stairs. Gimbal on 2. Yeah, I could have done that too. I could have, for sure. But I think that this is a simpler and more elegant solution. Yeah. Gar, it's been a while since I've caught your streams and you didn't have your face up, not gonna lie. I was not expecting George R.R. Martin. I guess we know why the Winds of Winter is taking so long. Wow. George R.R. Martin. It's been said that I look like Bits' father. Yeah, let's see if I can get the angle right. I'm backwards. Lighting's even same side. What do you think? He's got more of a beard now, though. Pretty close. Pretty close. George R.R. Martin, though. I don't know. I don't have the hat. I wouldn't ever wear that hat. And I have a little bit more hair than him. And his nose is bigger than mine. But we definitely have the same fat face going on. But not for long. Not for long. I am using this channel and my camera to help motivate me. Put me over the top in motivation for losing weight. So we'll get there. Now that you say so, I know. What's really funny is he said that when he raided me. Like the second night I had my camera. No. If I had George R.R. Martin's money, I would probably be on some island also not riding Winds of Winter, but I probably wouldn't be playing Satisfactory as a live stream. Although, I don't know. I don't do this for the money. I started doing it for money, sure. But I enjoy it so much that I probably would continue to do this. Probably not so intensely if I wasn't trying to build a channel. But I would probably keep doing this if I had his dollar bucks. All right. Nice little blueprint. I keep saving it because I'm afraid. Okay, that's 2 done. We've spent 6.5 hours and we got 2 done. We've finished orange and purple. We have green and red left. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do red next because this also uses a blender. We will need a second assembler in there. And then we will do this one. This one really only needs 2 assemblers and a manufacturer. So I think these are both pretty easy. This was the one that really kicked my ass. These are pretty easy. We need a blender, an assembler, and a foundry. We might need 2 of these. We might need 3 assemblers total, perhaps. Might actually. We probably will. It's probably going to be 1.5 there. But we're going to do that in a minute. What I'm going to do right now is, it's been 6.5 hours. I have to use the restroom. So we're going to look at our new, beautiful, blueprints. Our big, beautiful blueprints. Let us change the lighting. When I use the restroom lately, I've been making a quick little fun for me. Oh, there's a hole in the ground. Like I need another hole in the head. Let's do this and okay, decoupled. We're not going to do any aperture things today. We're just going to autofocus. Dolly settings. Camera. Okay, focus mode is autofocus. That's fine. Well, we have no aperture, so we don't need to focus. We'll do start point here. And we'll do endpoint here. We'll set the duration to nice and long, and we'll play it. All right, I will be right back. Hey, Popcac just raided me. Popcac, what are you doing? I've been holding it for like an hour, okay? I need 90 seconds. Raiders, I'm sorry, terrible timing. Give me 90 seconds. I gotta go drain it. I'll be right back, all right? This is my, I'm going to the bathroom screensaver. Horsey Mart's here, Popcac, Pumpkinhead Live. You guys are awesome. We got a raid on Twitch, and I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'll push it. All right, we're back. Sorry, guys, the industrial fluid buffer was full. We had to clear the whole pipe network. I may have a great beard here, but I'm still getting full flow, full 600 flow out of my Mark II pipe. All right, that's enough satisfactory pee jokes for now. All right, so we just finished this blueprint. All right, we're done. We are working on the blueprints for our newest factory. If you haven't seen what I'm building a cyberpunk city. We have many different towering buildings here. Just last night, or well, 2 nights ago, I finished this. This is going to be the aluminum factory. Now, when I say aluminum factory, it makes a lot more than that. So I'll show you what that makes in a second. These are the rest of our main factories here. Yeah, I had a fluid buffer. It was full. This is the computer factory that also makes a lot of crystal oscillators. Our power plant is over here. That was like 3 weeks of work. That was a massive beast. Fixmas factory, which is Nakatomi Plaza. And this is sort of our basics factory. This is the Shard in London. By the way, these 4 buildings over here are all buildings in real life. This one's in Moscow. Which GPU do you have, by the way? I have a 5090, but specifically, I was very careful to do my research. I have the 5090 liquid MSI Supreme liquid. I have this bad boy. I got it from a mom and pop shop for retail. That's right. In person. I drove there and walked in, and they handed it to me in my hot little fingers, and I paid retail for it. No markup. I just got a new computer, obviously, just about 45 days ago. So this is what we're working on. It's looking very nice. Actually, my favorite lighting is this orange light in the morning here. We even have a gas station. All of our trucks transfer items between buildings. These roads are not just for show. They have working trucks on them. Are there crashes? Yes, there are. Are they awesome? Yes, they are. Have you looked at the setting tweaks for Satisfactory? Boost quality on 4,000 to insane levels. Can 4,000? Well, I've got you mean a 4,000 series, like a 4900? Boom! I didn't have a 4900. I had a 3080 Ti. So that's why I upgraded to the 5090. There was no 4090. There's no 4090s available. They're just as expensive as the 5090s right now. Believe me, I looked. And I needed a second computer. So 5090 it was. Besides, Satisfactory is not the only game that I'm ever going to play with this. Plus, I do an incredible amount of editing and recording and I do editing and software, not encoding with this. So that's a quick look at the city. There's some other things. I have the Tyrell Corporation pyramid over there. Yeah, which looks very cool, by the way, but I don't really want to bang out over there. So this is what we're working on. We have completed the second blueprint of our factory. This is our factory plan that is going in this purple building that we just built. So we finished the orange blueprint, which is the aluminum ingots. We just finished the fused modular frames. And now we're going to work on the radio control system blueprint and the blender blueprint. These out here are not going to be blueprinted. They are made with, either imported materials, the rubber and the motors, or with the radio control units and cooling systems, right? So it's just a couple of manufacturers in a row, 6 manufacturers in a row, and 4 assemblers in a row. What we're making is the blueprints that make the radio control units, the cooling systems, the fused modular frames, and of course the aluminum ingots. You have a 4070, it does the job, but only running at 1080p. Well, true, I do have a widescreen. I am doing pretty well here. The city, I get a little bit less FPS. Let's take a look. I do have it set maximum at 85. We're at 40, 50, 55. I've basically all the settings up to max. Plinkable. Yeah, but why would you send me that? I already have a 5090. I'm not making a decision on whether to get a 4090 or a 5090. I already have a 5090. I'm sure your settings are good. I'm sure a 4090 is perfectly great. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the fact that a 4090 is good. The 5090 that I bought was the exact same cost as a 4090. You can't get them. At least when I was looking for them, you could not get them. So they're not making them anymore. It's not about the GPU, it's about making Satisfactory look even better. Well, I'm good with my settings, my man, but thank you for the offer. So let's keep going here. I'm working on, I'm still working on tweaking out my system and getting things just right. Knock on wood, we've had no crashes today. I did new drivers last night. It's a whole thing that I don't want to go into right now, but there was some memory timing that I was still getting on. Yeah, I've got quite a few changes to the engine file to get the stuff look like this. And honestly, with what I've got going, I'm pretty happy with my settings here. I've kind of made the settings on my computer work with exactly what I'm building. Well, yeah, the Founders Editions definitely had the burning up problem, which is why I didn't buy a Founders Edition. So you just got a notification this week that Windows 10 support is ending, and the notification literally told me your current PC is too outdated for 11. That sucks. All right, so let's start wrapping our minds around the next one. I think what we're gonna do now is we're gonna build the Blender version next, and then we'll do the manufacturing version last. Yeah, we probably have a lot of the similar engine changes. To be honest with you, I'm just looking for stability right now. I am currently recording. I have a live stream computer that I've offloaded the live stream that you guys are watching, the encoding that you're watching, both on Satisfactory, or both on Twitch and YouTube. That's happening on a separate computer, but I'm recording a high quality version onto a separate, with separated audio tracks so that I can edit videos from the live streams. So I'm doing that on top of the widescreen 3440 by 1440. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to turn the cam on when I came back from the bathroom on Twitch. I feel like a dunce. Yeah, my bad. Honestly, I just got the cam last week. And I have a different sources and scenes versus YouTube and Twitch, and I must have double clicked when I clicked on the cam when I got back from the bathroom. I double clicked and I turned it on and turned it off. Mikey, welcome back, sir. Did you have a good sleep? Okay, this one's done. Let's start thinking about the next one. Yeah, I just didn't notice it. And let's be fair, I care more about my YouTube audience than my Twitch audience. I'm just kidding. All right, so we're actually gonna skip. We're gonna do this one because we're working with the blender. So what do we need? We need, let's plan this out, make sure that, decide if we're gonna overclock one all-clad aluminum sheet assembler or if we're gonna do 2 underclocked. We can probably fit it, but let's decide. So we need a foundry, we need at least one of these, we need one of those, and we need our blender. So let's plan this out over here. All right, so here's our blender. F no, you stayed up all night tossing and turning, so today's gonna suck ass, but it is what it is. Well, at least we can suck ass together. It's okay. All right, alternate cooling system. All right, so we got nitrogen gas again. The 2.5 motors are coming imported into the factory from that beast. He makes our motors. So really all we need, and the nitrogen gas is getting imported because it's just nitrogen gas. So really the blueprint needs to make its own heat sinks. All right, so how many do we need? We need 10. Honestly, I want to make these tight. I want to make these tight. Can we fit another? Can't really fit 2 in this way. I mean, we can if we move the. I wonder if we can. We might have to make a big boy. I got like 3 there. 5 there, 8. How much are assemblers? Like 8.5 might work. Kind of just want to make this tight, light, tight, and bright. All right, let's go ahead and factor in. We've got, how many of these are we making? 16. We're probably gonna need 2 power slugs if we do that. I don't usually do this, but I'm tempted because I already have a form factor of a blueprint built, and then the blueprints will all be the same size, which will make the factory look a little bit neater. So I'm tempted here. So we need 10 to feed the 10 heat sinks. And then in order to feed that, we need 50 all-clad aluminum sheets. The copper sheets are being dropped in, right? Yeah, copper sheets are being dropped in. Not a problem there. But the all-clad aluminum sheets are not. So blender, or all-clad aluminum sheets. Damn. We need 50. That's 2. It's really overcooking my grits. I don't know if I want to do that. Just made that tight form factor too. Shoot. All right, if we don't use them, what are we talking? Five. 5. And then the 5 is, and then that's 25. I mean, it saves us 3 power. I hate doing that. I really do. All right, we're gonna have to do this. We'll bring back the larger blueprint style. Copy paste. Yeah, 25, 25. Now copper ingots, we need 16 and 16.66. It's a weird number. Okay, so here's what we have to fit. Satisfactory's on wish list on the PlayStation 5 now. Nice. Tony, bro, I catch you streaming at random times. Do you have a specific time you stream? I do. I stream at 9 o'clock PST. So also a better way to maybe track that is I have a scheduler little app thing on Discord, and I've got all of my start times locked in. So what it'll do is it will tell you the start time in your local time zone. All right, so if you're, you know, in the UK, it's like 6 or 5 in the morning or something like that. I can't remember, right? So that's probably the best way, the easiest way. But if you want to do the math, 9 p.m. PST, I know that's midnight EST. I think we're 8 hours behind the UK. I think is UK and New York. Is that 5? Is it 5 hours across the pond? I think it's 8 from where I live. I think so. That would put it at 5 in the morning for UK. I think Germany is like 1 more. I can't remember. Sorry. I used to have it. I used to know it. I can't remember. Plus there's daylight savings, which screws everything up, which I hate. All right, let's do this, boys. All right, we're gonna do what are we doing? Cooling systems. Germany's +2, 10. That sounds right. Yeah, when I went to Germany, +10 from my parents, that sounded right. That sounds right. All right. It's not the best way to do this, is it? We're just gonna do it. We're gonna build the other guy on there. Yeah, I already saved it. Let's go ahead and do it. Still a big blueprint. And get rid of most of it that way. Only have to delete the stuff I added afterwards. And we're gonna put that blueprint back on. There was probably a better way to do this, to be honest with you. But that's okay. We're almost done. Get rid of you. Let's build you out. Once again, we're gonna build the big boy. So I think we're gonna build, let's wait for this autosave. You think Australia clock is upside down? 12 o'clock been at the bottom? No, it's 6 o'clock there. All right, this big boy. 1, 2, 3, I think I did. Mikey is the king of dad jokes around here. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought we crashed. Saved it. I've been massively tweaking my system to get the crashes to abate. All right, so here's our 4 assemblers. We do have to switch this out for a blender. So let's save. All right, let's set our blender first, and then we'll start adjusting our assemblers. Bum, 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 bum. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I'm happy with this. And then we know we're gonna have to change this. We gotta make it purple. And we're gonna go cooling system. And we're gonna go cooling system here. I will redo the lights at the end because I may have to move some of this shit around. But we will do this before I forget. Hey! All right, and the same goes for this. We'll build that when we're ready. So what did we have? 4 assemblers and a foundry. So we really only need to fit the foundry ahead of these 4 assemblers. Unfortunately, that is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Now we can move the assemblers forward. We've got a little space. Oh, I forgot to do something. Let me save this. I have a mismatch on my color scheme. We want purple, we want teal underneath and purple. Yeah. Yeah, this needs to be switched. All right. Crisis averted. It was a close one, guys. All right. So I'm just concerned how we're gonna fit the foundry in when he's a fatty. Reader, hey Ken, hope you're having a great day so far. I am. Thank you for the first time chat on Twitch. All right, let's clear out these constructors. We know we don't need these. We're going to clear out all of the hookups as well. We'll leave the signs because we'll change them out to the new bros. Our fat boy foundry is gonna cause an issue, aren't you? Maybe can we turn you to the side? I mean, that's not bad. What about back here? Is there enough? Ooh, almost. Almost. We could clip you there, but I kind of like you. Unclipped. If we do that, then we need to move you this way, so that we can slide your inputs in and slide your output out. Why don't we go boom, boom. And then we can go like this. All right, that'll make this the, what, the, yeah, this bad boy, and we'll go copy. What did we need? We needed, no, not casing, sorry. All clad sheets, and we need 25 per minute. Okay, and actually this is gonna have to be a splitter. Okay, copy, paste. All right, and then that means these guys are going to be the heat sinks. And we needed 5 and 5. Oh, let me reset my sound. It's my favorite song, and it reminds me to reset my sound because I was having some issues with this voice meter. We're back. If I do it before I have the issue, it's much more pleasant for all involved. All right, let's get rid of all of these logistics because we're going to rebuild these with our new needs. You're going to go and you're going to go. Probably like that. Yeah, I can cut off half of foundation there if I push my luck. You gonna make the turn? Yes, you are. Good enough for me. All right, you guys want to try a high level crushed conveyor lift under the new system? See if we can get it to work. I think that's gonna work. It might be too ugly for me though. Ooh, I missed. It will be less ugly than I was afraid of. I was off. So it should be 1, 2 right there, and then boom, 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 boom. Why are you not? Who are you overlapping with, sir? Oh, there we go. Oh, much better. Yeah, I'm confident that that is... Here, let's check. Are there any points that are lockable? There is not. He's not open, which means he's connected. So that is going to work. And then we just delete this. That is an old school, and by old school I mean a week and a half ago, way to crush our belt, crush a lift, and it works. So looking good, looking good. Now what is this other bro? That's, I hate this foot sticking out. Why do you have to stick out, foot? I'm all connected and everything, and you're messing up my program, bro. You're overcooking my grits. No feet. We have a strict rule here. Very strict. Do we have any extended feet? Nope. We good. Dear Phantom. I apologize for the ads. I wish there was another way. All right, we'll have to... I'm off by 1. Yeah, connected. No. Yeah, I gotta move this. Back. Welcome back. All right. We good? We good there? I thought this is where... Is this not where I had it before? It is where I had it before. Okay, there for sure, and there. You need Mark 6? Well, I gotta finish phase 4 first. I need a lot of things. We are getting there. This is the aluminum factory. These are the last parts I need to automate in tier 8. This is the last of the phase 4 parts until the phase 4 space elevator parts. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying. Okay, nice. All right, if we go here. How many inputs do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ouch. And 1 output. We need 7 holes. One. Come out to here. We're gonna sneak this pipe through. Right here. Let's set the pipe, then we can set everything else around it. This needs to be the second one, or the first additional. Sorry. No, it's gonna have to be the third one. We really should make the copper and the ore first. The 2 copper and sorry, I gave you a shot of the bald head. I tried to avoid that. I kicked a power cord under my desk. Didn't mean to jump scare you guys. I apologize. I will try not to do that in the future. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inputs and 1 output. So I asked AI to make an acronym of construction. This is what it said. No, it's never safe to run under conveyors, touch industrial ovens, or nap at work. Wise words. Wise words indeed. All right. Crushy lift time. Gotcha. Now you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, shorty. And I'm missing the mark. Because I'm dumb. I was building the wrong way like a stupid dummy. Like a big dum-dum. All right. Okay. Now you guys are gonna need the aluminum ingots. Let's go ahead and bring that in. I hate you. Be so much easier if I brought the aluminum ingots in here than the pipe. So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do next, but I'm gonna do that. All right, let's build some shorties. There's some crushed. Okay. Oopsie. All right. Oh. Okay. All right, no clipping there. Good, good, good. Looks like we're going to be moving our pipe this way. In which case I can drop it right off the top. So pipe's coming in right on the top. All we need left is motors, I think. We'll run this one this way. See if this works. And do we like this? We don't exactly, do we? Let's bring him up. 1, 2. One, two. I'm okay with that. One, two. One, two. Okay, that's done. Now we are going to go 1, 2, 1, 2. Zoop this up to there. You're gonna go like that. And just as quickly, you're gonna come straight down so that you can split here. That's unfortunate. Okay, fix. Easy fix. 1, 2. Delete. 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 Rebuild. And now an easy splitter and run over that. Oh, so very sad. What if we could crush it? 1, 2. We can, but it looks a little funk, doesn't it? What if instead we just decided to do this? 1, 2. And come up here like this. Much better solution, if I say so myself. And I do. All right, now I'll have all this room for our friend, the pipe. Switch to pipe. One, two. 1, 2. So the pipe is here. We're kind of taking a long way around. Probably gonna move that power pole. It's not my favorite thing with that clip happening there. You could definitely turn this around and run it around the outside. All right, so why don't we try that? Do I like that? No. But I like that. We're on the tail end here. We got her on the run. I'm not on pipes. I mean, I'm on pipes. God, I love straight mode. So nice. There's a little clip there, but I'm gonna pretend that I don't see it. And we're gonna move this. And we're gonna move this too. Who's it's you. Yeah, we'll move that too. All right, so where are we gonna move you out to? Here? No. Can we do a bigger version of you, sir? A little bit taller. Can you clear the... the belt? Or are you going to cause a problem? Oh, yeah, you clear the belt easily. Okay. So we've got to put this guy and this guy away so we don't... Kind of tempted to hide all of these. Because we've got the foundations now. We have the technology. All right, we're gonna do it. Yeah, that looks... beautiful. Auto save. Man, I don't even have time to set up. The auto saves are too fast. All right, bro. Let's get this done. Then, USA. Probably, gotta be there. You go like that. All right, now, in order to get this, just connected to these. We got to do a drop down, maybe in the actually, dang it, that was dumb. I should have kept a reference point. Because the vertical nudge doesn't like to work on exactly 45 degrees. All right, so that is where he goes, and this is his new reference point, so I can build him back exactly on point. All right, so you can be deleted. In fact, all of you guys can be deleted because I'm not using this wiring setup anymore. I'm using the underground version. Okay, so you're gonna come up like this. And then you are way over here. Can we just nudge out in the middle of the air? Oh, yeah. Could we do that before? We might have been able to, but I can't remember. I don't think so. I think I had to make a blueprint to do shit like that. That's I think that is included in all of the nudge changes. All right, and now we need to put in a friend. Fine. Friend that faces this direction. Ah! Got him. All right. You are hidden. Very nice. And the last one we need to do is you. That's probably close. Very nice. You connect to you. And then you will connect. You. All right, power is hooked up and completely hidden. No wires, except for the one... Actually, no wires. Literally no wires. I mean, I guess they come out and they go... They disappear. So, I mean, I guess it's not literally no wires. This is all screwed up. Are you still screwed up? Yep. All right. And then we're gonna actually build a halfie to save on space, or to save on postage. Nice. I'll take those 4 meters times 22 times what, 40. All right, chrome for the nitrogen. Did we set this? We did. I think we need to do a test. We have a couple of shorties, and I want to make sure everything works. We just have to go over to the nitrogen, and as long as we can steal some copper and some iron ore from a passing train, we'll be fine. You are copper, or I mean chrome. All right, let's change our markers, baby. So you're gonna be purple, and we're going to be iron ore. Copper. You're the ingots. You're the motors. The spacing was off. We can fix it. I can fix it. Yeah, this one's an opposite from the other one. From the ones that we did in the United Tower and the John Hancock, it's opposite. Right, these ones here. So this had purple main light and teal deck light. Oh, I haven't switched it yet. Aw, wire. Lame. I should have remembered. I did that on the other one. Yay! The peasants rejoice. All right, now what the hell was I doing? I was making those teal and making these purple. We also have to close these off because we're not doing... actually, are we? By definition, I guess we are, right? So you guys are going to be open. Open for business. It's business time. I know what you're trying to say. It's trying to say to get business. It's business time. Ooh. All right, I think this works. We'll put one on the front. Put one right here. One right here, I guess. What else? If time for me to go, thank you for the time, Mr. Ken. If and when you get a chance, Ken, may you please respond my DM in Discord. Yeah, I'll take a look after the stream, Mikey. You can wait for that, right? Is the sun coming up? Not yet. We're getting close. What in the AS happened there? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Why does it keep changing color on me? Oh, it's not changing color. It's a reflection of the orange light off of that shiny shit off of this into the camera. It's the sun reflecting off of that. Nice. I was like, it keeps turning orange. I don't understand. Because it looks like it's copper. But it obviously doesn't when I stop to think about it because this purple light is passing across it. Here, let's change the color reflecting. Ah. We get the purple. Oh, no, the ambient isn't strong enough. It needs to be the sun. Yeah, it's pretty much just right there. Exactly how I had paused it was the only place it actually does that. Yeah, I need to save again. And we actually need to clean all of this up. Okay. All right, let's check our settings. Heatsink 5. Heatsink 5. Oh yeah, I'm a very patient person. 25. 25. Yeah, I'll respond after the stream. Okay. Oh my god, what is this shit? What is this? That's the motors. Uh-oh. What's this? Oh no. I forgot the copper sheets. That's why we had the extra space here. I forgot the copper sheets. It's okay. I hooked the motors up where the copper sheets go. I forgot the motor hookup and I forgot the copper sheet input. Yeah, it's this. It's okay though. It's okay. We're okay. That's why we had this extra space up here. All right, these are already hooked in. These are definitely copper sheets because they're already connected to the copper sheets. Which makes these motors. I should have copied and pasted. All right, all we got to do is get this to there without covering up our light or looking like absolute dog. A dog's dinner. Okay, here's what we do. We actually delete this. We copy, paste, delete. Yes, I was quoting Gordon Ramsay. It looks like a dog's dinner. That's right. Gonna have to move you out to here. What are you? An idiot sandwich. Is that janky? Yes, definitely high levels of jank detected. There. And we go bottom to top. Are we clipping in here anywhere? Ooh, no. All right. Well, we're right over our path and our lighting. Is there anything that we can do? Sure there is. Sure there is. 'Cause Now I feel really silly. Come on. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna feed our motors from here right on top of it. Can you be there? Yes, you can. I don't think there's any clipping. Except direction is wrong. Two. Crap. It's all going so well. Damn. What if... That's my fault. Wait. No. There. Got it, boys. Mission accomplished. It's a beautiful thing. This is a pretty nice blueprint. Guys, that is 3 down out of 4. We got 1 left to do. We're building the radio control unit. Burn it to the ground. All right, everything that I built custom has to go. I will leave the electricity hookup. Leave that electricity hookup. The rest of this is all going to have to be redone. And we're going to overlay our start point. Blueprint on top. Delete these. Those can stay. All right. On top of this, we are going to do this. All right, this is our position. Testicles of this blueprint. I'm sorry, what now? All right, let's go plan it. What's our goal? Our goal is to make, we're doing this one here, one radio control system from the manufacturer. One radio control unit with the radio control system plan. So we need green ones. So we need a foundry and an assembler, maybe 2. And a bunch of inputs. That's it. What's our inputs? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 6 inputs. 7th output. Six inputs, 7 outputs, and 1 output for a total of 7. I get you out of here and get that shit to me. All right, planning time. Radio control units. 3 out of 4 of these are made off-site and just pumped right into this bad boy. So we've been planning for this for a long time. A lot of this work is already done. We've been doing it as we've gone. Okay. But we do need to make the aluminum casing. So aluminum casing. Let's start at 100%. That makes 112.5. What do we need? We need only 90. So this is a simple guy. You know what? This is my bad, Mario. We're gonna delete you. We're actually also going to delete you. We're going to delete everything. Absolutely everything. Because we've already made this form factor and exactly how he needs to be made. We did it. We did it. Everything's right except for a blender. It's this guy. Absolutely. Oop, 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 up. They spotted me. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else hanging about? Nope, we're good. We already made this form factor. Oh, testing. I should test. We're gonna test all of them. This is gonna go together really fast. Well, I always say that, and I make myself out to be a liar. But I should. We're gonna test them all. Gotta test them all. So your autocorrect said instead of testing of the blueprint, testicles of this blueprint. I was like, what are you on about, bro? All right. So the big change here is you are back to a manufacturer. We got to get you on the ground. Happy birthday to the ground. Little clippage. Are we okay with it? I think I'm gonna live with it. I think we're gonna be okay with it. We can probably clip into that too if we do it right. All right. I mean, it's not perfect. We could do better. We have to play some shenanigans, some tiddlywinks. No stupid feet, right? Well, there is some stupid feet things happening, but we can't see them. And if we can't see them, then they're not happening, right? That's how this works. Pretty sure that's how this works. That's not how any of this works. Okay. We're gonna worry about that later. That's the center of the blueprint anyway. It'd be easier if it was centered. Definitely for this one, because you have to build so many. Okay. All right. Aluminum casing, 90, right? Yeah, 90. Aluminum casing, 90. All right. Are you feeding in yet? Are you feeding in already? Hopefully. Well, you were. We're gonna lock these in anyway, aren't we? Yep. Bell Draco, hey construction and chat, good morning, happy Saturday. You're way far into it. For the day, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, we're at 8 hours. And we're working on our last blueprint for the day. We're gonna finish this blueprint, hopefully it goes quickly, and then we're gonna go somewhere and we're gonna test them all. We're not gonna testicle them all. Edge Dweller. We're not gonna testicle any of them, in fact. There will be no testicling. Not without permission. I went way far into the game. Yeah, well, I've kind of actually been paused for the last like 500 hours because I've been building the city. I essentially built all of this as a temporary factory, and then I am rebuilding them as real factories in the city. The city is awesome. Thank you. It has been a lot of work, and I'm not gonna lie, there have been some times where I would have played Schedule 1, I would have played Ashes of Creation, I would have played Expedition 33. I've been really trying to focus and get this done. because, you know, promises were made, promises made, promises kept. So I think we can actually do it with the front one. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Number 7. That's a little funk. I'm trying to do the Empire State Building. I agree. Always keep your promises, so don't make one you're not going to keep. I try. I've already started labeling on my schedule. My schedule on my Discord. I've already started labeling Wildcard Wednesdays just so that I never back myself into this corner. Like a content corner, you know? Oh, we're gonna move this whole thing. Is that gonna be a pain? Yeah, it really does need to be centered. We really do, and it'll become apparent tomorrow when we start building these why it's so important that this is centered. It means we have to rebelt some stuff, but in the long run it'll be worth it. And then actually, since we're rebelting shit, I don't even like this. One, two, maybe? No, that's not gonna work. Little crushy lift? Maybe. Yes. No feet left behind. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we don't need this. We can just... Merry solstice, everyone. Today is the first day of summer. That's so much cleaner. Okay, let's move over our signs. Can we stop doing that? Okay. We're just gonna live this life. We're just gonna live that life of crime. Uh-oh, the morning birds are out. No, we're not gonna take this standing down. Never give up. Never surrender. Have to redo a bunch of shit because of that. You've been playing for 8 hours, which, by the way, knock on wood, we've had no crashes, which means that the changes that I made to my memory have been amazingly good. We've had no crashes. It doesn't mean it's fixed, because there have been nights where we have had no crashes in the past, but at least it's looking solid and it's feeling good, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Right there. You're ugly. Boop. Okay. You're not this either. You are radio control units. You put another 16 RAM in your machine last month for a total of 32. Nice. My problem was I was trying to use all 4 sticks. And I needed to do some special settings in order to make that happen. And I haven't had any experience doing any sort of, you know, overvoltaging or anything like that. So it just, you know, I guess I was, well, shit. I guess I was, you know, I was making sure it wasn't anything else. Causing the crashing, but I did a lot of research on the Unreal Engine errors that were being thrown, and as far as I could tell, they were memory related. So the memory I had was stable; it was working on everything. But no, the memory wasn't. No, to get the 4 sticks working, I had to overvolt it. And another setting too. There was a setting in there on that each stick gets its own auto voltage individually rather than all 4 getting them together. I changed that, and then I added just a tiny hair more voltage to the memory to get it to work. I didn't come up with it. I watched YouTube videos and read Reddit posts on how to fix it. On how to get a stable 4 sticks of RAM. All right. Let's try this again. Hope your stuff never does that. Does what? Yeah. Oh, just not be stable. Yeah. Well, I think it's a yeah, I'm not sure. But it was a problem since I first started the computer, right? Like we had to massively underclock the RAM to even get it to work, and then even then it was crashing update 5. Or Unreal Engine 5, and again, the only way to get that to stop was the yeah, you bought a pre-built. Well, yeah, so you may have some BIOS things already in place to help make that happen. Can almost have the 365-day streak on Reddit. You're at 362. Wow. Yeah, I just watched the Satisfactory occasionally when I'm bored, but mostly I just use Reddit for. Well, that poll isn't connected to jack shit. That's actually a mistake in the other version. We'll have to fix that. or to solve technical issues, right? I just Google it, and if the answer's on Reddit, then that's what I do. I mean, I guess we could connect him here. I guess that's fine. Yeah, we could do that. Speaking of power connections, yeah, you are no longer appropriately placed. I slowly like hunch over as I play, and then I catch myself and I have to sit up. I can't wait to see what computers do 7 years from now when you're ready to buy another computer. Yeah. We need to read yeah, copper gets 60. So we just got to up this to 60. Okay. All right. Now, the only other things we have to do is cover the rest of these slots. So, and there are the 3 in here. What do we've got? We've got crystal oscillators, circuit boards, and rubber. How are we going to do this? Probably, I mean, probably off to the side here, we have some room. In fact, why don't we change our lives here? Oh my lord, look at that perfection. Sometimes, folks, you just get lucky. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Hey. Hello and good game. Did you play Captain of Industry? No Captain of Industry. I've heard a lot of good things, but I've not played it, no. And not really planning to. Dude, I know. You need a channel points posture check reward. Yeah, I do actually. I need a bunch of channel point stuff. It's on the list of things that I'm going to do this summer. I'm trying to revamp my channel, both YouTube and Twitch. You know, basically do a soft relaunch. You know, change the art, change the overlay, the banners, everything. And my daughter's actually in charge of the art direction, essentially. So, you know, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Me and my best friend were talking about Lucky last night and the fact I've been buying lottery tickets for almost 3 years and never won a single time. 3 to 6 a month, no big. Yeah. Captain of Industry. You like Captain of Industry more than Satisfactory? Yeah, like I said, I've heard good things. All right, so we need to do cascading. Two. Sucks I lose that. Can't do it. We can't do it. We're gonna have to do. Can I do some kind of a crushed lift or an elongated lift? No. Yeah, this one's not gonna work. Gotta go here. And then we'll have to bring you in line after the fact. You piece of crap. Why don't I actually just use the straight mode like a not dummy? I mean, this is it, boys. This is the last of 4 blueprints. We've got a test. It doesn't matter what we stick where. We can go, let's do it in alphabetical order, shall we? Circuit boards, crystal oscillators, and then rubber. Rubber? I hardly know her. That's gonna look sick. And this is a really compact blueprint while still having all of the usual things that I like having in a blueprint. I see why you want to blueprint this. Wow, it's confusing. Well, I have to build 17 of them. So I'm of course gonna blueprint all of these connections. You know? Easy. Easy decision. Okay, guys, let's do some testing. What do we need to test? We need nitrogen. We gotta test all of these, make sure I haven't made any errors. All right. So we're gonna go down to the subway. We are not going to eat fresh. We are going to... Why are you backing up, sir? Oh! It was a love tap. Rubber? Yeah, rubber. You are such a troll. Can win the VTuber model? Let's be honest, guys. Between me, you, and everybody else, I think it's clear that there's no VTuber model available to me that is sexier than what you see on the screen. All right, let's get some work light. All right, first things first. We tested him. He's good. We did not test him. First thing we have to fix already. Yikes. There we go. Let's leave him loaded in case we need to make any more changes, but I just want to delete this stupid thing. Lighting? No, I think we did the lighting here. Aren't we purple track? Aren't we purple? I think the lighting's good. Green in the center, purple on the outside. Yeah, that one's good. Did I forget? I forgot it on the. I forgot it on the. I think I forgot it on the last one. No, we used this as a base. Have a clock 3D printer. Well, as you get older, you know that's going to happen. Make sure you eat plenty of fiber. All right, this is good. Save. All right. Let's steal some nitrogen. All right. I want those all those feet gone. Okay. That's gone. We already fixed that. Power should connect to here. Who's got my power? Everybody powered on? Nobody's powered on. Is there no power here? Oh, that's okay. There's no power there. Where's my power? Unlimited power. There's plenty of power there. There's unlimited, you might say. Yo-ho, did you get an orange filter? Did I get an orange filter? For the game or for my face? The answer to both is no. But I do have the lighting set to sunrise. I don't know. Do I look like, does the screen look orange? Or is this my face? I tried to keep the Cheeto dust light. There's another mistake here. Heavy modular frames. We forgot the damn heavy modular frames, you guys. Like a big dumb. A big dumb. It's okay, that's why we're testing. And we already know how to route back here. We're just going to do a little something like this. Actually, we can put it on the ground. Yeah, I don't mind it on the ground. It's a little dark over here. All right, so sun's coming up, boys. I gotta start wrapping this up. Let's save and we'll rebuild. We can rebuild him. Let's also throw some of these temporary lights over here. And you're out of here. You're out of there. Okay, so our first test is not going exceedingly well, but I suppose that's why you test. Okay. We just need to get our hands on some ore. Do we have a little bit. We don't have nearly enough. I actually think I know where some is. How's our inventory? Well, we have plenty of that. We have plenty of that. We have that. We're gonna need it. Yeah, I thought there was a bunch in here. All right, how many? Let's fill up halfway. Like 3 full rows, probably. All right, and then I just need some kappa. Yeah, I have a mod for the inventory. because mostly it was, wait, is that copper? No, it's iron. Oh, this is iron too. I have old man eyes. Mostly because I didn't want to have to spend a bunch of time. There we go. Going back and forth. It was ooh, did we have a, oh, I thought the train halted because of the autosave. I thought it like crashed or something. Let's just do that. Mostly it's to help speed up live streaming. Like just right now, right? If I didn't have the inventory, I'd be running around and trying to free up inventory and do stupid shenanigans with it. I just want to stream. I want to build, you know? All right, so we're gonna do the ingots in here, and we'll do the copper or the iron in there. Let's do the iron in here. And these ingots can go in there. Yes, good. And then copper in here. And then heavy modular can go in there. All right, and then do we get a winner? Winner, chicken dinner. Aluminum casing, what's the holdup, sir? We're being made. We have our first aluminum casing. Nice. Just need a little bit of lead up time. I think we have a winner, guys. Are you going to have something set up to autofill those or hand load only? Do you mean for the testing purposes? Or like when I actually like build the factory? For testing, I'm just gonna do this. For the oh, this is still blueprint. Yeah. No, we're just testing, making sure that before I build, you know, freaking 20 of these and get them all on the line and set up all the, you know, the logistics and shit, right? That they work. We got it. All right. One down. Okay, next. We just checked the fused modular frames. Let's check the cooling systems. We'll provide a little bit of space so we can play hanky-panky with the belting. Well, it's down for a little. I don't usually include belting, though. It's not my thing. All right, we're gonna need. We'll do the output here again. We're gonna need motors. and copper shits. Copper shits. Motors. The ingots go up here. The iron goes down there. And the copper goes right there. We're just testing. Nobody freak out. Smirkin rated you with a party of 60. Wow. 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 We have, it says we have 156 viewers, but sometimes they double count the, guys, listen, you caught me. Look. Caught. All right. I'm caught. There's spaghetti here, but listen, we're just bench testing. All right. We are bench testing our brand new blueprints. Don't freak out. I don't usually build spaghetti like this. This is not what it looks like. Okay? It's not what it looks like. Just, you know, you got to trust me. I know. Heat sinks. We're not getting heat sinks yet. We're just testing. No. Shabbily. No, we're just testing. I spent 8 hours building 4 blueprints. We've tested the first one. It works after a couple of little fixes. We are testing this one. These are all our inputs, and we've got an output box. They have similar inputs. This is 4 blueprints for the aluminum section of the factory, or the aluminum factory. This is the setup here. Obviously, I use Satisfactory tools. The orange has been tested and approved. It is the aluminum ingots blueprint. It self-recycles the water. It's very nice. And then we just tested the purple one. It's working. It works very nice. Now we're testing the green one, I think. No, we're testing the red one, the cooling systems right now. And then basically they're just set up so that there's one main, you know, so there's only going to be 7 of these blueprints because we need 7 blenders, right? We're going to make 17 of these, and we're going to make 16 of those. Right? So, and by the way, let's let this keep working. We'll come back and check on it. If you have not seen what I've been building, well, you might be in for a shock. This is my cyberpunk city. The purple building in front of us is the one that I'm currently getting ready to start the aluminum factory in. Those are what the blueprints are for. He's nice and empty and ready for us to fill him full of machines. This one here is the heavy modular frames and you know, motors, heavy modular frames, steel factory. That's based off a building in Bahrain. This is a building based off of a building in Moscow. And yeah, I do have to get ready to go. I have to go to my nephew's birthday party in way fewer hours than I'd like to admit, but we're going to finish testing. This is based off of the Shard in London. Yeah, I bet it's full of spaghetti. We know what you do. I know. It's like, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. This building right here is the John Hancock building from Chicago, and it's full of computers, circuit boards, and crystal oscillators. And then all of these roads are not for show. They've got trucks on them running back and forth, delivering items, shared items between these factories. For instance, I'm making 3,000 extra wire here. It's being trucked over here to be used in the various alternate recipes for the motors and steel and stuff. So I think iron pipe, I can't remember. We also have Nakatomi Plaza. This was my Fixmas factory. This big building right here is the central storage, and there's other things that go on in there. This building there is obviously the rocket fuel factory. We are at 100% efficiency. Absolutely. Don't listen to any of my regular viewers when they tell you that it is not 100% efficiency. They are liars. Okay? 100% efficiency. We also packaged some of that rocket fuel for the trucks. And as you can see. So let's go down here. That was a quick, one last thing. We won't run out there and look at it because we're bench testing. But if you haven't seen, I spent almost 100 hours building the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner. It looks a lot cooler when you get close enough to see the lighting that I put on it. But I've got some shorts on that. I've also got a 600-hour tour. I'm at 725 right now, but I've got a 600-hour tour video up on my channel if you want to kind of see what I'm doing in more detail. There you go. That's the quickie version. Yes, the pyramid turned out very, very well. I actually had a short about it go semi-viral. I got like 1.5 million views on a short about that thing, so that's pretty cool. All right, so what we want to see is some cooling systems in here, and we do. We are working. Now let's make sure all machines are working and not just some of them. 100%, right? Yep, hundy. These are all green. These look green to me. Hundy, right? Yep. 100 and 98 is basically 100. Okay, we're good. This one worked first try. No need for changes. Beautiful little blueprint that makes cooling systems. Okay, we've got one left to bench test, and he is the radio control units. You love quickies. Don't we all? Don't we all? Okay. We have a lot of similar. I think we need some rubber. Some rubber in here. Rubber. Let's get some more rubber. Most of the rest of this shit is the same. All clad ingots here. Iron there. This was an accident, by the way. I did not do that on purpose. Robert there. Oh, we also need let's clear some of these out. We can get rid of these. We'll turn these crystal oscillators. We need crystal oscillators to test with. Do we not have enough? Oh, we have tons. We have shit tons, in fact. Crystal oscillators go here. We don't need motors here, do we? I don't think so. Circuit boards instead of motors in here. I don't know what the fuck's in. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I don't know what we put in there. Motors, get those out of here. Circuit boards. Okay, and where's our power? Last bench test. This has been a successful evening. We also figured out what's going on with they're mostly broken, kind of broken, squished lifts. Kelly, I must say I'm a fan of cable, as you don't forget to charge them. I missed a chat. Yeah, honestly, I used to have wireless, but I just do the wired headphones now. Yeah. How many pressure conversion cubes per minute? You mean the fused modular frames? This is what I got here. Now we're not going to use it. We're not going to make a turbo motor blueprint, nor are we going to make an OC supercomputer blueprint. We'll just siphon off the parts that we need. Fuse modular frames, 10.5 per minute, if that's what you were asking. Are we working, bros? Oh yeah, first time. First time. This is a pretty simple blueprint, but still, it's nice that it worked first time. Come on, I want to see a radio control unit in there. Give me a radio control unit. There goes a train down our giant train spiral. They get going 200 kilometers per hour at the bottom. There we go. Radio control units. All right, guys. We've got 3 complete and working blueprints. 4, actually. So we're going to drop them into their final home. They've been kid tested and mother approved. Mercury Tower, number 1. Actually, we can do this because we're smart around here. Boom. I didn't want you. I did not want you, sir. You're embarrassing me in front of all my friends. Okay. This works. It's time to delete this. We're going to have probably a little bit of an inventory problem. We're going to have to get rid of some ingots and stuff. Let's get rid of that test line. That's why we were building it down here, so we could have easy access to our nitrogen. Get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Nice, nice. We don't need this anymore. We made the changes we needed to this guy. Don't need this. We don't need these lights. These were all temporary. And really, I think we just set a blueprint out for, I think it's thumbnail time. Thank you for the follow. Also, I missed Zach's follow 9 minutes ago, and TV Sal Lois. Sorry, I've been streaming for many hours, and I worked a full day today. Well, it was a Friday. Let's not. I mean, I worked, but it was Friday office job kind of work, if you know what I mean. All right, we're back in the city, boys. Let's clean up our workstation. We kind of made a mess here today. I think we'll do the most complicated looking blueprint for the thumbnail. I want to make sure people who haven't seen my channel think I'm really smart. So we'll do the big complicated looking blueprint first. I don't know why my frame rate is dropping. That just started. Deleting stuff is like killing my frame rate. Interesting. How very interesting. Maybe I'll delete all things at once. Maybe that'll help, huh? All right. Let's build it up against this. Let's get rid of this ugly shit. Siphoning nitrogen, probably brick the power plant. I'm sure it's fine, my friend. I'm sure it's fine. See, I told you not to listen to the regular viewers talking about my power plant not working. I said that. You guys remember I said that. I knew this was going to happen. All right, I think the most complicated blueprint is this bad boy. Wait, no. Not that one. This one. Yeah. Friday? It's Saturday now. Yeah, I don't know. I made a bunch of changes to my computer literally right like before the stream to try to fix the crashing, which we have fixed. But I have a lot of items in this computer right now. I mean, a lot of items in this save. I have settings turned up really high. There's some adjustments to be made. I just got a new computer a few weeks ago, and I made some drastic changes to everything just recently. Like before the stream, like literally before the stream. This was the first stream testing them. Okay, so let's get a little bit better light, perhaps. I think that works. We can get the shine in the back. Let's get a few pieces of lighting up. Let's go general factory, white light, intensity 2. I'm sorry. Should be this one. Yeah, it's this one. Let's get some little bit of light on here. It's too much. It's too much. That's better. All right, it's picture time. I don't think we need anything in particular for... Ooh, yeah, I like that. We see the city over to the right. All right, one more time. All right. Bill Draco, how do you add stuff on the side like logistics? I'm not sure what you're asking. Do you mean like connect to this? I'm gonna make another blueprint. I need to make one. They're very fast, but essentially they're a blueprint that is really one foundation thick, and they have a bunch of splitters and mergers depending on the need that line up with these, and then we'll be able to quick connect everything together. Okay, so we're gonna do that tomorrow or tonight. That'll be part of when we start building these inside. Let's take a quick little look inside. Let's clean this stuff up. My inventory. Is it my inventory? Am I dropping, is that what was happening? Am I dropping boxes? Is that what was lagging me? I said I had to check my inventory. I may have screwed up. I bet you I have a bunch of boxes somewhere. Let's test it. Guys, I'm dumping inventory. Where the hell are the boxes? That's what the lag was. A weird lag when I was deleting shit. I should have stopped and used my brain. Alas. But I guess I'm not making boxes, so I don't know what's up with that. They're combining another dismantle crate. They're combining with another dismantle crate. Well, I could go find it. That's why it's lagging. I don't really care about it. It's somewhere. It exists. I don't care. All right. I was just going to show you guys what the inside of this looks like. We've got some elevators in place. So this is going to be where we start building out our factory, building on our blueprints that we just designed. I think we have plenty of room here. We're going to go very vertical. And we should be good to go. Yeah, I knew in the back of my mind, I knew I was forgetting something because I grabbed all that ore to do the testing. And then, because I think I said out loud too, like, I'm going to have an inventory problem. And then like a dummy, I completely forgot about it. Guys, that was a successful stream. We got the job done. We got the 4 blueprints done, and we can start building out the factory tonight. 123 viewers on Twitch. I really hate to let you guys go. We're gonna raid. I always raid at the end of my streams. Just bad timing. I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I will occasionally go to 12 hours on a Friday or Saturday night, but I cannot do that tonight. Too many programs running, you expect lag? That is not the reason that I was lagging. I was lagging because I was doing weird things with an empty and full inventory. As soon as I made room in my inventory, that lag went away. Now I may be lagging for other things, but no more than normal. Okay, so YouTube, if you guys wouldn't mind liking the VOD / live stream, that would be amazing. I'm gonna save the game real quick, and then we're gonna raid. Does anybody have any suggestions? Good night for USA's morning. Yeah, exactly. It's 6 a.m. for me, you guys. I got to try to get a little sleep before a party that I'm going to. But it's for a 1-year-old, okay? So I can sleep there. We just finished VOD 96? That doesn't seem right. Yep, VOD 96. Cyberpunk theme, VOD 96. Kaylee's Corner, Satisfactory? I'm not sure. You'll be surprised how much stuff can fit in there. It's not limited like the normal storage box. Yeah, I bet you it's full of shit. Snowman, hello. Sal, thank you for liking. Have a good day. I will. All right, any suggestions? Oh, Kaylee's Corner, that was a suggestion. Sorry, I'm a little slow. But I do tend to usually get there. I see Blandbeard. I see Gem Balls. He's not playing Satisfactory, though. I see a Factorio player. Let's do same category. Blandbeard. There's Horsey Mart. I don't see. Oh, take following off. Yeah. Is that your suggestion? I usually hit Horsey Mart, honestly. Tony, love for the king. Thank you. I think I'm gonna go ahead and hit Horsey Mart because he always hits me. I didn't know he was up. He just went up just now. So we're gonna go ahead and raid Horsey with this giant group that we have. He's a little crazy. He's wearing a horse hat, but you know what? I'm sure it'll be fine. All right. Really appreciate it, everybody. This was a good stream, and I will see you guys in about 18 hours, and we will start building the factory out. All right. Have a good night, guys.